Kenrick, The Ghosts of Culloden Moor, Book 25, written by Diane Darcy, narrated by Andrew McDermott and Jen McGurk. Chapter 1.
Another shooting star! Quick, make another wish!
Allison King managed not to roll her eyes. Listening to her best friend, Tara Romano, had gotten her into trouble since their first day of kindergarten. In their senior year, they'd gotten to know Miss Jensen, the teacher assigned to detention, well enough that they'd served at her wedding reception. 10 years later, they still debated whether that had been yet another punishment or a gesture of friendship. Now they were relaxing at one of their favourite places, a park on top of a hill that had plenty of rocks and trees for their dogs to investigate, and several large rocks that Tara and Allison loved to sit against and stargaze. Shaking her head in exasperation, Allison sighed.
I already wish for a gorgeous fake fiancé. 1 wish per customer.
Tara made a scoffing noise.
Give me a break.
Her drawl was scathing.
You can have as many wishes as there are shooting stars. Do you want a guy or don't you? Keep wishing. You are making me sound pathetic. Do I want a guy?
She snorted.
Do you know what? I'm pretty sure the stars could care less whether I have one or not. I could care less. So this entire exercise is pointless.
Allison leaned back against the boulder, crossed her long legs on the ground in front of her, and linked her fingers behind her head. Tara wrapped her arms around her knees and lifted her chin, undeterred.
Do you remember the movie Stardust?
Allison was only half listening as she turned her attention to the 2 dogs running around in front of her, sniffing at plants, rocks, and dirt. Rory, an insecure border collie, occasionally glanced at her to make sure she was still there.
Of course. And?
Tara's bracelets clinked together as she gestured vaguely toward the sky, bringing Allison back to the conversation.
Do you remember how the stars were alive? How they were people in that movie?
Allison glanced at her friend, not sure where the conversation was going, but already starting to grin. Tara would argue for magic until her last breath.
Yeah, so?
Shrugging, Tara responded.
So, who's to say they aren't real? That they aren't entities like fairies, spirits, or genies who can grant wishes?
Allison arched a brow and replied,
In the movie, the star didn't give a crap about what people were doing down here on Earth, remember? Yeah, that particular star. But what if you wished on another one, and they did care and granted your wish?
Allison couldn't help herself. She giggled and elbowed her friend.
Have you been drinking? I had some blue raspberry punch at my Wicca meeting earlier. Is your tongue blue?
Tara stuck it out. Allison leaned forward, but finally had to shrug.
I can't tell in the dark. Way to try and change the subject. You've got to tell the universe what you want or you'll never get it. I suppose you have what you want?
It was a bit of a low blow considering Tara dated a new man every week. This week it was an unemployed musician with delusions of grandeur. Tara brushed off the comment and raised her brows saucily.
We're not talking about me tonight, are we? You're the one who needs help. Make another wish. A real one this time. Fine.
So what did she really want in her heart of hearts? A guy to stand by her through whatever life threw at her. With everything going on in her life, that would be pretty awesome. And if she was going for broke, she'd like someone dashing, handsome and manly. That would show everyone, wouldn't it? Of course, there was the small difference in the type of man she was attracted to versus the type she seemed able to attract. The thought brought her crashing back to earth.
Maybe I'm just too boring for even a fake fiancé.
Tara smacked her on the arm.
Bite your tongue. You're not boring. If you were, I wouldn't want to hang out with you all the time, would I? Are you calling me boring?
Allison laughed.
Heaven forbid anybody do that. Of course not. So make a wish, and this time I want you to use it.
She pulled a vial containing a blue, slightly iridescent liquid out of her belt and held it out to her friend. Allison eyed the vial warily.
What is it?
As if the answer were obvious, Tara rolled her eyes and pushed the vial toward Allison again.
It's a love potion. I've had it warming against my skin, so it's at full potency now. Ew, what's the alcohol content?
Tara laughed and shook the vial.
0. It's blue raspberry punch. It was freshly charmed tonight, so it's ready to go.
Visibly skeptical, Allison took the warm vial.
So what? I drink this love potion, make a wish, and all my dreams come true.
Tara flipped her hair and admonished.
Sarcasm doesn't become you. Besides, this is the real deal. It's been blessed by a white witch and everything.
Allison gripped the vial doubtfully.
A witch, huh? Does that mean you're the one who blessed it?
She shook her head and sighed wistfully.
I wish. I haven't reached that level yet.
Allison took the tiny cork off the vial and sniffed it.
It is warm, and it smells good.
Tara grinned.
The better to warm your heart, my pretty.
Allison chuckled, then lifted the slender length of glass up to the moon and stars. Squaring her shoulders, she looked toward the night sky.
Okay, if this is the real deal, I'm gonna lay it all out there. I want a fiancé who loves dogs.
She looked at her two little friends running about.
He must want me and no one else. He needs to be good with children, old ladies, and he especially needs to love me like crazy. He really needs to like my house. And I'm gonna need him quick for the family reunion on Saturday. Oh, and he has to be way, way better looking than Isaac the Toad Miller. Here, here.
Tara grinned.
Bottoms up, baby.
Allison tossed back the flavoured liquid, and as she was still looking up, saw a shooting star flare brightly across the sky. Tara gasped.
Did you see that?
Allison lowered the tiny bottle and looked wide-eyed at her friend.
I did.
Tara was practically vibrating with excitement.
That was the brightest one yet. Your wish is sure to come true now.
She paused for a minute, then turned to her friend as realization dawned on her.
You forgot to mention you wanted a fake fiancé.
She was an absolute believer, so in her eyes the omission was a game-changer. Warmth expanded within Allison as she followed Tara's line of thought. After a moment, Allison slowly smiled.
Does that mean I'll get the real deal?
This time there was no sarcasm. She allowed a little bit of hope to flicker to life in her heart, even if it was temporary. There was something magical about the moment, shooting stars and magic potions, and she didn't want to ruin it. If she wanted to join in the game of make-believe for a few minutes, why shouldn't she? Tara giggled, breaking the spell.
If you did, it would let your sister off the hook. Yeah, that would be a downside, wouldn't it?
The thought caused some warring emotions inside of her. She hated being mad at her sister, but what she'd done was deplorable.
But it's too late to worry about that.
Tara threw her arms up in the air, and her voice dropped dramatically.
Your wish has been spoken.
Allison grinned.
It has, hasn't it? Now let's just sit back and see what the universe comes up with.
They both leaned back against the boulder and looked up at the stars in silence. One of the reasons that Allison enjoyed spending time with Tara was that they knew each other so well that conversation was often optional. At times like this, when she felt like she was carrying the weight of the world on her shoulders, she just enjoyed the companionable silence. Tara got her. Allison sighed, eyeing the stars above her longingly.
Okay, universe, if you're really listening, please, please smile upon me before Saturday.
10 minutes later, Allison broke from her reverie and looked over at Tara, who was still gazing at the stars, lost in her own thoughts.
It would be really great if the wish came through, wouldn't it?
The wistfulness in her voice was so plaintive that Tara sat up and placed an arm around her.
Have faith.
They stood up, and Allison brushed the grass from her pants, a self-deprecating smile on her face.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Tara's eyes sparkled as she gave Allison a quick hug before heading toward her car.
Call me when you see it,
she called over her shoulder. Allison opened the back door of her truck and whistled for the dogs. Within seconds, Rory and Billy jumped onto the seat, tongues lolling happily. She quickly strapped them into doggy seatbelts and shut the door. She slid into the driver's seat and pulled out behind Tara as she drove onto the dirt road that led down the hill. At the bottom, they both waved at each other, leaving in opposite directions. Even though it was so late, after 11, she wanted to look in on Checkers, a German shepherd that landed in the clinic a week ago, so she headed toward the clinic. Starved and abused, Checkers only allowed Allison near her at the moment, but she was hopeful that with a lot of love and attention, the dog would learn to trust again. She glanced at Billy in the back seat. The golden retriever had made such good progress in the last year that it gave her hope for Checkers. If she could ever get her hands on whoever had hurt the dog, she'd rip into them with her bare hands. No chance of that happening. The dog had been found under a trailer in an industrial area, and it had taken Hearts of Love, a local dog rescue organisation, an hour to crawl underneath and pull her out. Food and water hadn't tempted her, and a loving voice hadn't done the trick. They'd had to wrap a catchpole around the traumatised dog's neck and haul her out. Poor thing. She growled and snapped in terror, visibly shaking as she was finally loaded into the crate. If Allison had been able to. Suddenly, a man appeared out of nowhere right in front of her truck. Allison didn't even have time to swerve. She hit him dead on with the front grill guard. The thud was sickening, and the man bounced off the hood and flew into the darkness of the deserted road. Screaming, she jerked the wheel and slammed on the brakes. As the truck skidded, she straightened the wheel and pulled onto the side of the road. Her dogs barked furiously. She slid to a stop in the dirt and gripped the steering wheel, gasping for air as her heart did its best to pound out of her chest. She'd hit somebody. She might have killed someone. 1 minute no one was there, and the next... She replayed the scene in her head. She hadn't glanced away. She hadn't looked at her phone. She hadn't even seen him run out into the road. Allison automatically reached into the back seat to calm her whimpering dogs as dread rushed through her. Trying to catch her breath, she threw open the door and stepped into the dark Texas night. There was no traffic, but she realized if she didn't get to the man, there was a distinct possibility he could be hit again if another car drove by. With trembling hands, Allison plucked her cell phone from the passenger seat, straightened and shut the car door. She quickly turned on the cell phone flashlight and hurried back up the road. Using the light, she searched the pavement, and when she didn't find anyone, hunted down the grassy sides of the old highway. She heard a groan. Relief flooded her as she rushed toward the sound, her flashlight casting shadows as she ran. There was a lump on the side of the road that was roughly the size and shape of a man. He seemed to be dressed in camouflage, because when her light first passed over him, she mistook him for a rock rather than a person. She flung herself to her knees and started to touch him, but thought better of it. What if he was seriously injured?
Mister, are you all right? I swear I didn't see you. I swear I wasn't looking at my cell phone or anything. I just didn't see you.
She cursed herself for her selfishness. She was making excuses as he lay injured.
Are you all right?
Belatedly, she realized she should have immediately called 911. Where were her brains? In an attempt to soothe the man, she told him,
Don't worry, I'm calling an ambulance. You're gonna be okay.
As she punched in the numbers, a hand shot out and grabbed her by the wrist, immobilizing her. Sorry. Confusion muddled Kenrick's thoughts. He had hold of a woman, a flesh and blood female with the sweetest voice he'd ever heard, and skin so soft it felt like satin. She held a light, and her face appeared and disappeared before the glow blinded him. He squinted and tightened his hold on her wrist.
Oh, sorry.
The light angled away from his face. Kenrick was still trying to make sense of the situation. It was dark again, and he could feel dirt, rocks, and grass underneath him. The air was warm and sweet-smelling. The lass peered down at him.
Are you all right?
Sorry. He didn't think it was her, but asked again anyway. He knew it wasn't his wife. She'd been dead for centuries, as had his son.
No, I'm Allison. I'm so sorry, but I hit you with my truck.
She tugged against his grip again.
If you'll just let me go, I'll call for an ambulance.
He held the lass tight within his grasp, her presence keeping him grounded, present and among the living. Is bonny Prince Charlie about? I can hardly wait for a mad time with the man. The woman fumbled a moment, then shone the light in his eyes, blinding him again.
Sorry, I'm just concerned that you hit your head.
She knelt over him and began running her fingers through his hair. He enjoyed her touch, the feel of her, even the smell as she leaned over him. She smelled of night-time and sweetness, like a summer night in the valley when the blooms cluttered the trees and the breeze turned warm. He chuckled at himself for waxing poetic in the presence of this unknown lady. Mayhap he truly had hit his head. He couldn't see much, but to smell again was an incredible gift. Even the small rocks, grass and dirt poking into his back and legs were welcome. The light flashed on the woman once more, and this time he noted a mass of silvery hair surrounding pretty feminine features. Lass?
I'm here. You're not alone, but I don't have reception here. Can you please let go of my wrist? Maybe if I move down the road I can get a call out.
He didn't want to release her. He ran his thumb over her soft skin again. Don't fash yourself. Just give me but a moment.
We need to get you help.
Nay, lass, in short order. I'll be fine as a fiddle. You'll see.
Are you Scottish?
Aye. Her question made him realize she was not. If he wasn't mistaken, her accent was American. In the last decades, Culloden Moor had been overrun with her countrymen, sporting a myriad of different accents. Where am I?
We're a ways outside of Abilene, Texas.
She sounded concerned and tentatively ran fingers through his hair.
Does this hurt? Can you tell me where you feel pain?
Pleasure flooded him as her fingers sifted through his hair and his eyes drifted closed. Nay, lass, I like the feel of it. She immediately withdrew her touch, and he felt the loss.
We need to get you to a hospital.
He processed the information she had given him, trying to put the pieces together. If he was alive, it apparently wasn't yet time to make his peace with bonny Prince Charlie. That meant he had work to do here first. The last thing he needed was to be holed up in a sick bed. Nay, lass, I'll not let a sawbones detain me.
But...
I said nay, he repeated, a bit more forcefully. He forced himself to sit up, and dizziness assaulted him. He delighted in the feel of it. He noted the moon, the stars, sights familiar to Culloden Moor. Here they seemed bigger, richer, and all of his senses engaged. He heard crickets and scurrying creatures. He revelled in the heat of the night wind and almost tasted the sights, sounds, and smells of the place. He inhaled deeply and captured the scent of the woman once more, but resisted the urge to draw her closer. Nay, he'd not frighten her, not waste time lying about. If he had but 2 days, he'd spend them labouring at the task Sonny set before him. "I'll not spend time in the sick room, lass, and that's the end of it." He was alive. There was much to do. Chapter 2. Allison was at a loss. Surely he had at least minor injuries, but his adamant refusal to go to a hospital didn't leave her many options.
Can you at least tell me where it hurts?
"I dunna feel pain, lass. I just had the breath kicked out of me for a bit. Such has happened before, and if you'll just give me a moment, I'll be right as rain."
You've been hit by a truck before?
He chuckled, and the noise, dark and sinful, raised the hair on her neck. "No, lass, I've not been hit by a lorry, but I've been thrown by a horse." He shifted his legs, moved his upper body one way, then the other, seemingly without pain, and relief poured through her. Smiling, she replied,
This is Texas. Who hasn't been?
"You said, Texas?" Worry furrowed her brow once more.
Yes, you're in Texas. Didn't you know that?
She rose up on her knees and lifted her phone to use the flashlight again to search the man's head, to see if she could spot injuries. The startling green of his eyes, his tan skin and powerful build left her breathless. Even sitting on the ground, he appeared huge. The scar from cheek to jaw in no way detracted from the man's appeal. He was incredibly attractive in a rough-and-tumble sort of way. Not handsome exactly, but with his strong jaw and broad cheekbones, overtly masculine. Dark curls waved about his face from his shoulder-length hair. He should have been in Hollywood, not Texas. Once again, she ran hands gently over his head, searching for cuts, blood, abrasions or bumps, but couldn't find anything. Face to face with him, she considered running her hands over his chest, just to check for injuries, of course, and she swallowed. "I've heard of Texas before, and seen it on a map."
But you didn't know you were here?
"Oh, lass, I might not have known where I was going, but I'm certainly glad to be here." He wasn't making sense, and that worried her.
Look, I really do need to call for an ambulance. It's the law. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I've got to make sure you're not hurt.
He snatched her phone from her with his free hand. "Thank you just the same, but I'm very happy to be exactly where I'm at. I've not had a pretty girl's fingers drifting through my hair in a long while." She stilled as she realised she'd gone from checking for injuries to gently running her fingers through his hair. Again. What was she doing? She was attracted to the man, but she'd just run him over with her truck. Now wasn't exactly the time to be running her fingers through his hair. She was acting like an idiot. Heat flooded her cheeks as she snatched her hand back and tried unsuccessfully to pull her captured wrist free.
I'm so sorry.
That chuckle again. The man was too enticing for his own good. For her own good, actually.
Can I have my phone back?
Not if you're to take me to a medic. What was she supposed to do if he refused to go? There weren't any obvious bumps on his head, and he moved easily, so perhaps he wasn't injured. She remembered the thump she'd heard when she'd hit him and winced. More than likely he was in shock. Didn't internal bleeding bring on shock? She glanced down the road one way, then the other. It was actually quite surprising there hadn't been any traffic in the last few minutes. Maybe someone else would have more luck talking him into medical care. But there was no one.
Look, I work for a clinic, and granted it's a veterinarian clinic, but before you say no, just hear me out. Let me take you in and check you out.
Her face heated.
I mean, check you for injuries. I've had some medical training, and I'd feel a lot better if you came with me so I could make sure you're okay.
Perhaps she could see where the truck hit him and assess whether it was likely he had internal injuries. She had to do something. Why do you care so much? He sounded genuinely curious. She huffed out a breath.
How do you think I'd feel if I woke up tomorrow to find out you're dead and I didn't do everything in my power to help you?
Dead?
It's not funny.
He looked at her for a long moment. In the darkness, face to face, his hand encircling her wrist, the intimacy of it was surprising. He chuckled again, low and deep. It was definitely a sound she could get used to. All right, if it will ease your conscience, I'll go with ye. He handed her back her phone. Relief rushed through her.
Thank you. It definitely will.
Reluctantly, Kenrick released the lass and immediately felt the loss of her smooth skin beneath his own. He slowly stood, towering over the girl. Without a second thought, the lass tugged at him, patted his upper arm, and didn't seem to notice his size or appearance. If anything, she radiated approval, esteem, caring.
Let me help you into my truck. It's gonna be all right, I promise.
She easily touched him, comforted him. In a flash, it brought back memories of his wife, the way she'd often skittered back and away from him, her gaze lowering. His size had intimidated and distressed her. The scar cutting into his face and denting in the side of his jaw was generally off-putting to any of the female sex. He found that he enjoyed the novelty of her lack of fear. Shrugging, he allowed her to pull him along beside her. He wasn't sure what he was supposed to be doing anyway, so he may as well go along with her until he did. Following her was like a compulsion anyway. A beautiful girl who looked like an angel sought his company. He wasn't a fool, nor would he act like one. He followed docilely beside her as she gently held his forearm and elbow, guiding him. Who was he to say Sonny hadn't intended this all along? Mayhap he was to do this girl a service. Until he knew otherwise, keeping her company seemed a fine plan indeed. Allison hadn't realized how tall the man was. Her head barely came to his shoulder, and for some reason she felt ultra-feminine in his company. Maybe she'd hit her head on the steering wheel, or maybe he'd hit his head on the pavement, and the awestruck way he looked at her was simply messing with her head. She held his forearm, cupped his elbow, and when he stumbled, she placed herself under his shoulder, helped him wrap a heavy arm around her, and led him to the truck. He walked slowly at first, his attention moving from her to the starlit sky, to the pavement. He stomped on the pavement twice, as if testing it, then continued forward. Definitely strange behaviour. Her worry escalated.
Does your head hurt?
He held her close. Nay, lass, I'm fine. They walked to where her truck was parked on the other side of the road, and she opened the passenger door and helped him inside. When he settled into the seat, she took the edge of his kilt under one muscular leg and helped him put his seatbelt on.
I'm sorry if you feel I'm treating you like a child.
Are you then? His pleased expression said he didn't mind at all. She hurried around the other side and climbed into the driver's seat. The dogs stood at attention in the back, leaning forward as far as their seatbelts would allow, sniffing the air and the man. She looked over her shoulder and soothed.
It's all right. Don't worry. Everything is fine.
Both dogs settled onto the seat, though Billy licked his chops nervously and panted as he looked between her and the man at her side.
Sorry, I didn't ask your name. I'm Allison King, and you are?
Kenrick Macfie. She glanced down the long, straight road and the darkness beyond. There wasn't another car in sight. Sudden uneasiness swirled through her. She didn't know a thing about this man, and she'd just installed him in her truck.
What were you doing out here anyway?
He glanced to the right, looking confused. The guy could be a serial killer or something. What was she doing? She glanced back at her dogs, surprised to see them both relaxed on the seat, seeming entirely unconcerned. She exhaled. They had better instinct than she did, and if they weren't anxious or uneasy, she wouldn't be either. I was placed here by a friend.
Oh.
Maybe he'd been hitchhiking and didn't want to admit it. She glanced at the kilt again and decided not to borrow trouble.
I like your accent.
His lips quirked, a quick tugging at the corner of his mouth. And yours. I've heard people speak with such a burr. Usually they wore hats upon their heads. She grinned.
Cowboy hats? I have my share.
His smile widened. I should like to see you wear such things. Amused, she started the truck and pulled forward.
So, you're a Highlander?
Aye, from Lochaber. She paused and gave him a sideways smile.
And there can only be one, right?
He glanced at her, puzzled. One? Nay, lass, there are 79 of us. She chuckled.
Right, sorry. Don't mind me, I watch too many movies.
It took 10 minutes to arrive at the vet clinic, and thankfully the lot was empty. Allison helped Kenrick inside, struck again by his size. Though his balance seemed fine now, he didn't protest. She unlocked the door and led him through the darkened lobby by the glow of the accent lights. Someone had forgotten to set the alarm, so she guided him to one of the examination rooms. She patted the high bench.
Have a seat while I take a look.
In the full light, he was even more attractive than she'd thought. Her heart gave a little twist as she met his green-eyed gaze and noted 2 thin braids on one side of his shoulder-length dark hair. The scar at his jawline looked to have been painful at one time, but it certainly didn't detract from his looks. She inhaled and took in his broad chest and massive arms. The crisp white linen of his shirt that tucked into his kilt was smudged with dirt from the accident. He wore a round, pewter belt-buckle with an intricate design, and around his neck he carried a leather pouch that hung to his waist. A man-purse. Her lips quirked. She didn't know another guy in Texas that would have been caught dead with that accessory. He wore brown leather boots that stopped just below his knees, and some sort of woolen stockings rose just over the tops. She'd never seen boots like those, but they did go well with the kilt. As far as she could see, he had no visible injuries. No blood, certainly, not even a scraped knee.
Can you tell me where you're hurt?
He glanced down at himself, moved both arms and legs as if testing, and finally shook his head. Nothing seems amiss, lassie. He rubbed his chest over his heart and smiled at her. I once had a gaping wound here, but it seems to have healed up quite nicely over the years. All in all, I don't think I'm injured. She lifted her hands to hover over his chest.
Do you mind?
He shook his head. Through his shirt, she felt his chest and down his ribs.
Does that hurt?
Watching her face, he shook his head. She removed her hands.
Do you know where I hit you with my truck?
He swallowed and shook his head once more.
Do you feel nauseous?
Nay. He rubbed his stomach. A bit hungry now that you mention it. A possible head injury still concerned her the most. She gently pressed her fingers into every inch of his scalp, but nothing seemed to bother him. She shined the ophthalmoscope into both eyes, checked his pupils, but both seemed fine, reacting normally. Suddenly aware of the scant inches that separated their lips, she took a step back.
Nothing hurts?
My pride, mayhap. He grinned. I've never seen a woman care so much before, no matter the injury, and certainly never one so beautiful as ye. Her face heated, and the room seemed to shrink as the realization that she was alone with the mysterious man occurred to her. She didn't feel any fear, nor did her dogs show any concern. She was just aware and extremely attracted to him. She tucked her hair behind one ear and glanced at him, uncomfortable, yet pleased with the compliment.
Thank you.
He looked slightly abashed, as if he'd surprised himself with the praise. Just telling the truth of the matter. She was still a bit worried about the earlier confusion.
You mentioned Bonnie Prince Charlie. Are you a historian?
His expression tightened. He's not for ye to worry about. Billy started to growl, and when she looked down, she expected him to be protesting Kenrick's sudden change in demeanour, but he was looking at the door. A few seconds later, she heard footsteps, and the door to the examination room was thrown wide. Her boss, Carter Baldwin, consumed most of the doorway. He was tall, overweight, and perpetually angry. He didn't wear his regular white lab coat, but was dressed in a pale blue polo shirt that stretched over his muffin top before disappearing into tan slacks. The look on his face was thunderous. "What in the blazes are you doing here, Allison?" He glanced suspiciously at Kenrick, who stood from the bench and drew himself to his full height. His commanding presence seemed to fill the room. He lifted a big hand and slowly pushed Allison behind him. Allison glanced around Kenrick, then stepped back around him to face Carter.
I was just showing my friend where I work. I didn't see her car here.
She kept her tone neutral. "I parked around back." Carter glanced between the two of them, then at the dogs now silent at her feet. "Stop using this office as your personal dating centre, and keep your dogs under control." He glanced at Kenrick. "All three of them." He turned to walk away, then swung back. "And just so you know, you won't have to worry about that German Shepherd again. I'm taking care of her tonight." She sucked in a breath.
What do you mean?
Carter walked away. "What do you think I mean? I'm putting her down. She's a menace."
Checkers? You can't do that.
Allison cried desperately.
She's been through a traumatic event and will come out of it. We just need to give it time. You haven't seen what she's like with me. She can be gentle. She just needs more love and attention.
He glanced back and sneered. "You're right. I haven't seen it." As he turned on his heel to walk away, she glanced at her dogs.
Rory, Billy, stay.
The dogs whimpered, but both of them sat. She glanced at Kenrick.
I'm sorry. If you could just wait here, I'll be back soon.
She ran after Carter, who had just gone through the swinging doors. Checkers was muzzled and strapped down to the table, ready for the injection. The dog growled menacingly, but when she saw Allison, she relaxed slightly and moaned. Allison rushed to the table and placed her hand on the dog's side.
You can't do this.
Carter picked up the syringe and stuck it through the rubber top of a small bottle. "Do I need to remind you who is the boss here?" He was normally gone as soon as the clock struck 4. Something wasn't adding up.
Why would you come in here at night for this? Nobody wants this done.
No one but me. Unfortunately for the rest of you, I own this place, so my vote is the only one that counts. As to why I came in at night, well, you can thank my lovely ex-wife for that. Since she left and took the kids with her, there's no one at the house anymore, so I have plenty of time on my hands." He glared scathingly at her and continued, "Also, I thought if I came in here after hours, I wouldn't have to listen to anyone whining. Guess I was wrong about that, though, eh?" Allison leaned closer to Checkers and sank comforting fingers into her fur.
"I'll do it. If it has to be done, let me do it."
"Fine by me." Carter lifted both hands in the air, then turned and stomped off. "But it better get done," he threw over his shoulder. A moment later, she heard the door and he was gone. Tears filled her eyes.
"It's okay, Checkers. I promise you it'll be okay."
The dog looked up at her with as much trust as she'd ever seen in any animal's eyes. Allison continued to gently stroke the dog's fur. She knew she couldn't do it. She wouldn't do it. She also knew she couldn't take her home. As things stood at the moment, the dog was a menace and could hurt someone. The poor animal just needed time and patience. Maybe another clinic would take her. Allison would just have to figure something out. Chapter 3. Kenrick pushed his way through the doors, Rory and Billy following at his heels, and the door swung shut behind the three of them. He glanced around, his gaze hard until it finally settled upon her and softened. "Is everything all right, lass?" Tears filled her eyes, and she could barely see his outline.
"My boss wants me to put his dog down, to kill her. She's not violent, I swear it. She'd been abused and simply needs some human kindness."
As Kenrick approached, Checkers growled viciously. He placed his hand on the dog's back. "There now," his deep voice rumbled. "Noise like that's not going to do a body any good." Checkers stopped growling immediately, and after a moment gazed up at Kenrick and whimpered. Allison lifted her gaze to Kenrick.
"How did you do that?"
"Dogs are smart. She knows I mean her no harm." He examined the muzzle, then removed it. She watched, astonished, as he reached slowly toward the dog. Checkers was eyeing him warily, but wasn't growling.
"Be careful,"
she admonished him. Kenrick lifted his fingers to let the dog smell him. After a moment, Checkers, looking between his hand and his eyes and back again, sniffed Kenrick's hand and finally licked it. She arched a brow and met his gaze.
"You don't happen to want a dog, do you?"
Kenrick looked longingly at the emaciated creature that was timidly leaning into his touch. "I wouldn't mind a dog, but I just arrived and I've no place to stay. I've no way to feed and shelter her properly, else I'd agree." Allison's heart started a slow pound as she considered possibilities. Though she'd just met Kenrick, she felt a certain responsibility for him, and after all, she had ploughed him over. She also felt a strange connection with him, and though she couldn't explain it, she already trusted him. She knew innately that he wouldn't hurt her. Allison had a brand new place to live. Kenrick had no place to stay, and she either had to put Checkers down or get her out of there immediately. There was no time to find another home for her, and all the clinics were long closed. If she took Kenrick home, she could take the dog home with her too, just until they could both find a new place. They could help each other out. The boss need never know. It would give her a chance to make sure the man was all right as well. If he wouldn't seek medical attention, someone needed to keep an eye on the guy, right? She gazed long and hard at Kenrick, weighing the idea. He hadn't given her reason to fear him, not one bad vibe. The dogs liked him. She'd learned over the years that her dogs knew if someone was trustworthy or not, and they were never wrong. After all, they'd hated the toad on sight, hadn't they? She remembered the shooting star and the love potion, and wondered if her attraction to the man was guiding her to make yet another bad decision. For that matter, who was to say he'd even agree? Kenrick petted the dog's back, and with a groan the supposedly vicious female relaxed. Decision made.
So...
She eyed Kenrick surreptitiously as she carefully placed the syringe in the disposal container and dumped out the combination of drugs before throwing the container away.
You never really told me anything about yourself. What are you doing in Texas?
His eyes shifted back to the dog. I'm here to help someone.
Anyone I know?
He shrugged, and she wasn't sure what to make of that.
Are you in a hurry? Or do you think you could help me out for a couple of days first?
How so? She glanced at the dog again.
She really seems to respond to you. If you could keep an eye on her while I'm at work, it would give me the time to find her a permanent home. It would just be for the weekend.
He looked skeptical. I don't think watching a dog would take too much of my time or effort. I was planning to do a good deed for someone.
For who?
Again he shrugged.
This would be a good deed.
Keeping a dog by my side wouldn't take up much of my attention. I would think I was meant to do more. More. He needed more.
Well, are you handy at all? Do you know how to fix things?
What sort of things?
I just bought a house and my new place is a bit run down. I couldn't really pay you, but I could give you a bed and food.
His gaze brightened. You've no man to see to such things. She shook her head.
I have plenty of family around, of course. Daddy, my brother, lots of cousins, but the work hasn't been done yet.
If she was inviting a stranger into her home, she couldn't have him thinking she was alone in the world. He studied her for a long moment.
That would also let me watch you for signs of concussion, so we could sort of help each other out. What do you think?
What would happen to the dog if I didn't help? She glanced at the dog, at her frightened eyes, and lifted her gaze again.
I don't really have anywhere to take her at the moment, because I have to work, and I can't leave her alone with my dogs when I'm gone. With some extra time, I think I could find someone who'd help. Even though my boss doesn't trust her, I really think she can be saved.
And if I say nay?
Her life is over.
She eyed the detestable syringe disposal container.
That shot will make her go to sleep.
Sleep? Horror chased across his features as he visibly gathered himself. I'll help you for as long as I can. Relief washed over her, and she grabbed his hand.
I promise you you're not going to regret this.
Impulsively, she reached up to kiss him on the cheek, but when he turned his head at the last moment, she gave him a quick peck on one corner of his mouth. She moved back.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean...
Wonder filled his face. Nay, 'tis fine. 'Tis very fine. We should seal this deal. Before she knew it, he'd pulled her into his arms and kissed her full on the mouth. If she thought she'd kissed him, it wasn't anything like the one he'd laid on her. He pressed his mouth to hers in a slow, languorous kiss, his lips softer than she would have imagined, her own pliant and giving. Sparks flared through her, and she barely remembered to breathe. She'd never been kissed with such hungry passion before, and was surprised to find herself responding to a man who was essentially a stranger. And not just responding enthusiastically. Her hands rose to his chest. When was the last time she'd felt this much chemistry? She tried to hold on to her thoughts, but he drew her closer to the warmth of his body, and all she could think about was the sensation of his lips on hers, the hardness of his chest, his powerful arms wrapped around her. Kenrick groaned and ended the kiss. He looked into her face, astounded. She held on to him for a minute, trying to regain her equilibrium. The look on his face surprised her. How could this amazing, virile, drop-dead gorgeous man be dazed by her? She couldn't deny she'd started it. She gave him a lopsided grin.
Whoa.
His lips tugged into a slow smile, his earlier shyness completely gone as happiness filled his face. Aye, lass, whoa. Those mobile lips formed the word as if tasting it, testing it. She'd obviously given him the wrong idea.
Maybe this isn't a great plan after all.
His smile faded. The kissing.
You staying with me.
You're not to worry. I'll not take advantage of ye. She actually believed him. Or maybe she just really wanted to take him home. She certainly didn't feel uncomfortable in his presence, but the situation would probably look bad from the outside. She couldn't imagine what her mama would say.
Look, I don't want to give you the wrong impression. I'm giving you a place to stay in return for your assistance.
She gave a helpless shrug.
Just don't expect anything else, all right? I know I kissed you first, but I give you my word, I won't try anything either.
That's no smile again. You're not to worry, lass. I'll not hold you to that. Allison could feel heat rising in her face and had a hard time looking at Kenrick. A sudden thought occurred to her, and she blurted,
You're not married, are you?
Nay, I've been widowed for many a year. More than I care to count, in fact.
Oh.
Now she felt bad for asking. He must have been widowed so young.
I'm so sorry.
Nay, lass, 'tis all right. I've had plenty of time to get used to the notion.
I'll be right back.
With a feeling of relief, Allison went to find a leash and walked through the clinic to make sure Carter had left. When she didn't find him, she checked the back lot. His car was gone. One worry off her plate. She returned with the leash to find Kenrick petting the dog, and her heart warmed.
Let's help her off the table. We'll see how she does and go from there. I don't want to crate her unless we have to.
She reached for the dog, but Kenrick was there first, gently gathering up the shepherd and easily lifting the animal to the ground. Allison tensed, worried Checkers might snap or bite, but the dog calmly settled on the tile.
All right, let's see if she'll let me put the leash on her.
Allison reached for the dog's collar, but once again Kenrick was there first, playing with the fastener on the leash for a moment, before leaning over and snapping it into place without so much as a growl from the dog. Allison breathed out.
Huh. Great. That was easier than I anticipated.
The two other dogs came forward to introduce themselves, and Checkers growled. There now. Kenrick placed a hand on her head, and the noise stopped immediately. The three dogs sniffed each other, Checkers stiffer than the other two, but allowing the contact. Allison stared in amazement. The man certainly had a way with animals. That thought reminded her she wasn't immune to his magnetism herself, and she quickly hurried to open the door.
I think she needs a new name. An alias. She's only been Checkers for a few days, anyway. Any suggestions?
Doug. She laughed, finally losing her awkwardness.
That's pretty original. I wonder why I didn't think of that myself.
He grinned. It did seem a bit on the obvious side. It was sure to come to you eventually.
Since we're going with the obvious, how about Roger, Rover, or Spot?
I've not heard those names. She laughed.
No? What have you heard?
Dog, boy, girl. He thought a moment longer. That's about it. Her eyes narrowed.
I can't tell if you're being serious or not. How about Apollo, Bear, or Killer?
Interest sharpened his gaze. Killer. That would be a fine name.
I was kidding. She needs something soft after all she's been through.
Nay, lass, I think you're onto something.
She's a girl, you know. How about Princess?
You think to name her for royalty? How about Bonnie? It would be an insult to the animal, to be sure, but 'twould be to my liking to have the man's namesake be a dog.
I have no idea what that meant, but I do like Bonnie.
He smirked. I was thinking of Bonnie Prince Charlie. I'm sure the man wouldn't he enjoy having a dog named for him.
You mentioned him earlier. Wasn't he a medieval Scottish prince or something?
Aye. He growled the word, or something. She shrugged. Apparently the Scots hated the man, even after all these years.
Well, I like it. Bonnie it is.
Kenrick nodded, looking pleased once more. Aye, we're agreed. She held the outside door, and after Kenrick and the dogs exited the building, she set the alarm and locked the door. Soon they were all situated in the truck, 2 dogs in the back, and Bonnie in the front seat, her head on Kenrick's lap. She normally wouldn't allow an unrestrained dog in the car, but needs must. She didn't dare mess with whatever magic Kenrick wove. Her stomach fluttered as she drove onto the main road and headed toward home. Thinking about magic reminded her of the star, the wish, the love potion. She shot Kenrick a quick glance. She was doing the right thing, wasn't she? The charm and appeal of the starlit night, the fun she'd been having earlier, wasn't influence her to make poor choices now, was it? Because no way could a cool-aid love potion or wishing on a star gift her such a magnificent specimen of a man. Tara would flip over the way they met and the ensuing kiss. She'd read all sorts of meaning into it all. Tara would believe her potion had worked. Her father and brother would both lose it if they knew she was taking a stranger home. An attractive stranger who was good with her dogs. Yes, she'd be the first to admit the guy made her nervous, but that was due to her raging interest in him rather than any fear of the man himself. After all, she was the one who'd instigated that kiss. Her cheeks flushed hot again, and she was glad for the darkness. Glad the man beside her seemed fascinated by the passing scenery. Could he be her wish come true? Was she just an idiot? Regardless of everything, she was taking the man home. She'd have the dogs in her room, and if she could keep her lips to herself, it would work out fine. Chapter 4. 10 minutes later, Allison pulled onto a rocky path and came to stop in front of a darkened home in a country sort of setting. 2 lights lit the outside of the house, one off the porch and another off the street. Allison didn't move, so he didn't either.
It's a bit of a fixer-upper. I mean, I know it doesn't look like much, but the one thing it has going for it, it's all mine. Well, mine and the bank's.
Kenrick took it all in. The house with its peeling paint had good bones. There was a porch in the front, and what he could see of the property went quite far into the back. There were neighbours on either side, but they were far enough away. The place was like a jewel in a perfect setting. 'Tis wondrous. Beside him, Allison let out a breath and smiled.
I know, right? No one in my family can understand what I've done. But just look at the place. No subdivisions for me. Do you see those tall trees?
She pointed toward the back of the property.
There's a river back there with the most perfect swimming hole imaginable. Eventually, I want to build a deck out there and have stairs going down to the river. And I'd like to have a horse or 2.
He wasn't sure why Allison's tone was slightly defensive. The place was amazing. Everything he'd wanted at one time, when he'd still had a wife and child, and dreams of a future. An ideal place to raise a family. He remembered his wife's last words to him on the eve of war, that mayhap it was for the best that he went. He couldn't help the accompanying flinch. Was Sonny torturing him with what might have been, what he couldn't have? The thought was like a sharp knife in his gut. Mayhap this was to be more of a trial than he'd imagined. If he was to help the girl, he'd endure. If this was not what was meant to be, something else would come up. In absence of directions from Sonny, he'd go where fate took him. Allison opened her door and, chattering, let the dogs out of the back seat. The lilting cadence of her voice melded with crickets, the chuff of dogs, and warm breeze. He was slow to follow, his boots crunching on the pebbles below him, grounding him as a sense of inevitability swept over him. He didn't want to go elsewhere. This might never be his home, but if he'd a chance to taste of its likeness, if only for a short while, he would take it. Though Allison could never be his, he craved more time with a girl who looked at him and found naught lacking. Perhaps he could coax her into more of her soft kisses. Bonnie jumped out, sat at his side, and glanced up at him with a questioning whimper. He just wished being here, immersed in what he could never have, didn't hurt so much. An hour later, after taking care of the dog's needs, feeding Kenrick and watching his eyes for uneven pupils, she settled her guest in the spare room for the night. Allison finally climbed into bed, but found herself wide awake. She still had a hard time believing she had a stranger in her guest room, and she had to admit the family reunion had been flipping through her brain since the moment she'd met him. What if she did take him to the reunion? What if she showed up there with a guy so gorgeous even her sister would have to sit up and take notice? As well as Allison's jerk-face ex-fiancé. And not just them either. Her parents, cousins, aunts, uncles, basically everyone who'd been clucking their tongues these last 2 months. Of course, everyone believed she was over here licking her wounds. When she'd bought the place, instead of being happy for her, every single one of her relatives pitied her instead. They thought the place was some kind of a rebound thing, only instead of rebounding and getting another guy, she rebounded and bought a broken-down house and property. So if they thought that about the property, what were they going to think if they knew she'd moved a stranger into her house, and a foreigner at that? They'd think she'd lost it completely. She didn't have to tell anyone, did she? If Kenrick agreed, she could let them think they'd been dating a while. She turned over in bed. No, that wouldn't work, because then everybody would think they'd been pitying her for nothing. She tossed that idea around, and wouldn't that be wonderful? Instead of every person she knew feeling sorry for her, they could be angry instead. She'd be seen as a femme fatale, jumping from one man to the next, heartless and uncaring. Her stomach squirmed. She wasn't exactly the femme fatale type. She could simply claim they'd had a whirlwind romance instead. That would work. She glanced at the crack of light glowing beneath her bedroom door, cast off from the nightlight in the hall. Why wasn't she afraid of the man? It was the animals. She trusted them. Pure of heart, dogs were better than truth serum, and could spot a wretch from a saint faster than she could snap her fingers. Of course, this was Texas, and she wasn't a total dunce. Her door was locked, and she had a gun in her nightstand, same as everyone else, and she knew how to use it. She snuggled into her warm comforter and enjoyed the slight breeze coming in her bedroom window. To be perfectly honest, she wasn't quite used to the place and felt safe with the man in her house. She grinned, a big, strong, handsome man who kissed like a dream. She talked to him about her proposition in the morning. She smiled smugly as she pictured the looks on her family's faces when she showed up with a man who looked like him. She stifled a giggle. Just the thought of it made her giddy. Everyone would stare, whisper, ask questions, while she smiled like she didn't have a care in the world. Lips curving, she snuggled into her pillow. She'd talk to him in the morning, and hopefully he'd say yes. She knew what her friend would say about all this. Tara would say she'd made a wish, and the man of her dreams had appeared. Maybe he had. Who was she to say otherwise? Maybe, for once, the upside of fate was shining serenely down on her. Maybe shooting stars really did have magic. Kenrick woke early the next morning. In truth, he hadn't slept much at all anyway. Being here, alive again, filled him with wonder. He'd lain in bed but a short while, then gotten up to walk the property to assess the needed repairs. He checked for safety, as was his custom when he'd been alive. How readily he fell back into old habits. Trees, water and land aside, the place was far different from his village. Drier, less green, yet with a humidity to the air he wasn't accustomed to. And though there was a distinct lack of animals about, everything was fenced in. Room for horses, pigs and a cow would be nice. When he'd first brought his young wife to his village to live with him, she'd declared the place a hovel overrun with animals. She'd have considered Allison's house and the neatly compartmentalized fences a palace in comparison. He shook the fence on the property line and found it lacking, the posts loose and poorly buried. He hadn't thought about his wife this much in many a year, but when he looked into his heart, he found the pain of losing her gone. The sting of rejection, well, that was another story. When his son died and his wife left him for another, he'd thought the grief would kill him. Little had he known the wait for death was but months away. As the sun glowed on the horizon, he wondered about Allison. Why was she in this house by herself? Why did a lass so lovely and caring lack a man to care for her? Were he able, he'd be quick to claim her as his own. He wanted to help Allison. In truth, he was more than glad to do it, but for 2 days it didn't seem like enough. The roof on the shed sagged, the door hung askew. It was midsummer, and her garden had yet to be planted. She'd no iron over the door. If he'd had more time, he could do all that and more. See to her safety, see to the vulnerable heart that peeked out of those pretty blue eyes. What she had, a bit of land to call her own, was all he'd ever wanted in the world, but he wouldn't have wanted it alone. She needed a man, some children. He'd once planned to raise his family, have more children with his wife, and persuade her to fall in love with him. Aye, he knew of grand plans. His had all ended on a bloody field in Scotland. His dreams might never have come true, but if only for a day or two, he would help Allison reach hers. He glanced at the house as he waited for the last wake. Mayhap he'd make breakfast in appreciation for her care and the comfortable bed. He didn't know how to use the kitchen, but no doubt could figure it out. The pots and pans cleverly hung from hooks on the ceiling, and he could use a stove, surely. There'd been food in the big box she'd called a refrigerator, and in the cupboard last night. He went inside and easily found eggs. There was bread on the counter, wrapped in a see-through covering. Eggs, toast, mayhap he'd find oats. He'd gladly make breakfast in thanks for the hospitality. How hard could it be? Chapter 5. Allison woke with a start. Had she heard something? She lay in her bed for a long while and waited for the sound to come again. Billy, lying at the foot of her bed, lifted his head and stared at the door where Rory stood at attention. Neither dog seemed disturbed, so she slowly relaxed onto her pillow. A crash had her bolting upright, and with a bark, Billy jumped off the bed to join Rory at the door. Both looked at her, and everything came rushing back. Her Highlander. She smiled. When had she started to think of him as hers? Another noise sounded from somewhere else in the house, so she jumped out of bed and threw on a robe. When she entered the kitchen, she had to bite back a smile at the smell of burnt eggs.
Good morning.
Kenrick, brows drawn, glanced up from the egg-encrusted pan in hand as she opened the dining-room window. He was even better looking than she remembered. "Hello, lass. A good morrow to ye." His deep voice and sexy accent made her want to melt into a puddle. She wished that she could wake up to this every day. He glanced at the mess on the counter, the broken shells and dripping eggs, and blood rushed to his cheeks, which was pretty much adorable. She raised a brow and bit the inside of her cheek to keep from smiling.
Making breakfast?
He looked at the pan in confusion. "I'd thought to. I did determine how to make this contraption heat." He pointed at the stove. "But no matter my speed, it insists upon burning the eggs." She reached forward and turned the heat down to medium.
Maybe if you cooked it at a lower heat.
He looked to the stove and back again, his expression sheepish. "I'd not thought on that. I was pleased to figure out the method of heating, and didn't question another possibility."
Don't you have stoves where you came from?
She teased gently, glad he was there. He shook his head, expression serious. "No such as this." She glanced in the corner to see Bonnie curled up, her dark brown eyes moving between them. She couldn't believe the dog's transformation.
It looks like she has given you her complete and utter allegiance. Want to tell me your secret?
Just then the phone rang and Kenrick spun around. She grabbed it from the counter where she'd plugged it in the night before. It was her mother.
Hi, Mama. Hi, sweetie. I'm just calling to remind you about the family reunion tomorrow. You're going to be there, right? Of course, I wouldn't miss it.
Her gaze slid to the man standing in her kitchen, now trying to clean up egg from the counter and floor with a hot pad. Her mother hesitated on the other end of the line.
So, are you...
More hesitation.
Are you bringing a friend? I mean, besides Tara.
She knew what her mother meant. Her gaze slid to Kenrick as he picked up an egg and cracked it into a bowl.
I might. You're bringing someone?
Her mother sounded both shocked and hopeful.
I'm thinking about it. Male or female? Why do you ask?
Another hesitation. She really shouldn't torture her mother. None of this was her fault.
Honey, I know it's likely to hurt you, but Isaac's gonna be there. He's engaged to your sister and gonna be part of the family. He would go a long way toward letting everybody get to know and like him if you were accepting of the situation.
She'd known he'd be there. Her sister, Linny, had already informed her in a text message.
If you brought another man, even if he's just a friend, well, that would really help matters out, wouldn't it? For both you and your sister.
Resentment burned in her chest. Why did she have to be the one to make everybody feel more comfortable? She'd like to skip the whole thing, but knew that would only cause more problems, more drama, as her relatives came by with casseroles and advice. Linny would throw a fit. Better to just go. She glanced at Kenrick once again, her plans from the previous night sliding through her mind.
Honey, are you still there? I'm here. I was just wondering, did you remember I asked you to bring a homemade potato salad? None of that store-bought stuff.
The potato salad was to make her commit, give her a solid reason to go. She continued to watch Kenrick. What girl wouldn't like to stroll into the park with that sort of eye candy on her arm? He'd be perfect.
Sure, Mama, I'll bring potato salad. Great.
Her mother's voice was artificially bright. She could hear her father in the background giving advice. They worried about her. She glanced at her Highlander again as he poured more eggs into a pan. Maybe, just maybe, she could see a face and put their minds at ease. Allison got off the phone and hurried to her room to change into jeans, a t-shirt and boots. She rushed back for breakfast, her mind going a mile a minute. She eyed Kenrick and tried to think of a way to ask him, a perfect stranger, to do her yet another favour. Of course, he was staying at her house. He probably felt at least a little bit beholden to her, but she didn't want to guilt him into it. She'd just keep telling herself that. She leaned against the counter and Kenrick glanced at her, smiled shyly, and bam, her heart started to thump. The guy was gorgeous. Just thinking about making her sister and Isaac believe she'd captured the attention of someone so fabulous filled her with a smug glee. She tried to push that thought aside. She wasn't actually that shallow, was she? She did want her parents to stop worrying. Sure, that was it. That was her ultimate goal. If she showed up with a man, scratch that. If she showed up with a fake fiancé, then her parents would be able to stop worrying so much. She was simply being altruistic. This had nothing to do with the hope that she could get to know this man better. Maybe see if he liked wishing on stars and believed in a happily ever after.
Kenrick.
When he turned and flashed her another smile, she could actually feel her heart race. Aye, lassie. How did she ask a guy like this a question like that?
Tomorrow. I'm going to a...
She didn't want to say a reunion. What kind of guy would be willing to go to a family reunion with a girl he barely met? Talk about meeting the parents and the aunts, uncles and cousins. Yikes. Besides, most people don't want to go to their own family reunions, let alone a stranger's. At least that's how she felt. But maybe he wouldn't mind. You're going to a what? She wanted to say a party, but he'd find out the truth the moment they arrived, and if he was going to do her a favour, it was only fair she laid all her cards on the table.
Look, I'm going to a family reunion on Saturday. Would you like to be my date?
There. She couldn't say it any plainer. She held her breath as she waited for him to answer. Surely he'd laugh, tell her not in a million years, and maybe run screaming from her house like his hair was on fire. Instead of doing those things, he looked at her quizzically and asked, What, is a date? Not exactly the response she'd expected. His wording was sometimes off, but they didn't exactly have a language barrier. Her face warmed.
You know, when you go with a friend to an event, it's called a date.
Oh, a family reunion then. It sounds like a fine time. He gave a slight shrug. Aye, if I'm still here, why not? Why not, indeed? She breathed in slowly, trying to process that he'd so easily said yes. She wondered if she had the nerve to ask him for more. She licked her lips.
The thing is, How
was she going to say this?
Just say it.
The worst he could do was say no, and then she'd be no worse off than she'd been before. Well, other than the fact a guy she was very attracted to would think she was a complete and utter weirdo. She inhaled, trying to work up her nerve. She was going to do it. She was going to ask.
The thing is, I wondered if you might be willing. What I mean is...
Spit it out, lass.
Would you be my fiancé?
He stilled, his hand frozen around a wooden spoon. After a moment, he set the spoon on the counter and turned to face her. Actually, he gaped at her, which made the heat rushing into her face flame hot. He swallowed. You wish to marry me?
No.
She shook her head quickly.
I mean, no, of course not. I'm sorry. I'm not explaining myself very well. I was hoping. See, the thing is...
She quickly closed her eyes and waved her hand in the air, humiliated.
I meant fake fiancé. But forget it. Just forget I said anything.
Nay, I'll not forget such a thing. 'Tis the first time I've ever had a beautiful girl propose. She looked at him, taking in the absolute perfection of him.
I doubt that.
He laughed. Nay, 'tis true. I've never in my life had a girl ask for my hand, let alone one so lovely as ye. She groaned.
Let's just eat breakfast.
Perhaps she could explain the situation a bit better to me. He turned back to cook the eggs, and with him in profile, she could relax a bit. He hadn't outright said no, and without his gaze directly on her, she could think more clearly.
The thing is, I was engaged to be married.
He made a sound in his throat, one of encouragement, and so she continued.
My fiancé left me for my sister.
He turned to look at her, his expression growing slack. Your own sister. He turned back to the eggs and made a tisking noise deep in his throat, and it made her smile.
Well, it did happen, and now they're engaged to be married.
Were I your sister, I'd insist upon a short engagement. That made her chuckle.
Yeah, she might want to do that. Anyway, it's all very Jerry Springer and sort of confusing.
I'd say there's not much to be confused about. Your sister should have had the good sense to keep her hands to herself. As for your fiancé, well, a man who plays with the emotions of two lasses at the same time, sisters even, should have his head handed to him on a platter.
Here's something anyway.
Kenrick laughed. I'd have said harsher but for delicate company.
Oh, don't hold back for my sake. Believe me, I've thought of 100 different sorts of petty revenges against him. But in the end, it looks as if he will marry my sister. He will be part of my family, and in the meantime my entire family feels sorry for me.
He made that tisking noise again, reminding her of an old maiden aunt, and she was glad he focused on the eggs again, because it made her grin widen. So, if I see the way of it, you find yourself in need someone to stand at your side. Ye said a fake fiancé. Well, I've a couple of days to burn, and wouldn't ye mind putting such a man in his place? I'd be honoured. She pushed off the counter.
Seriously? You'll do it?
Of course. Eventually I'll have to leave. What will ye do then?
Well, if you'll be gone anyway, and if you don't mind, perhaps I'll say I dumped you.
He laughed, and left me heartbroken. You have my permission. Make it gruesome. Say I cried. Leave none in any doubt over the fact that, although ye could have had my fine self for the taking, ye chose to discard me in a heartless manner. It'll be a warning to the other lads in your life. She laughed, happiness flooding her. He was actually going along with it. She almost hadn't been able to bring herself to ask, but the man was some kind of saviour. First the dog, and now her.
Thank you. This really means a lot to me.
He turned and winked at her. Consider it done. She'd thrown out to the universe that she wanted a fiancé. As her friend had pointed out, she hadn't asked for a fake one, though that's what she was getting here. But hey, why not keep an open mind? The guy was easygoing. Funny, really good-looking and great with dogs. She could do a whole heck of a lot worse. And she was already crushing on him. He was, after all, a really great kisser. She watched him finish up the eggs, dish them onto plates, and walk toward the table. He set out bread and butter, and retrieved a couple of glasses of water from the faucet, which he exclaimed over for a moment, before returning to the table to pull out a chair. "Well, come then. I'm accounted quite a cook by my brothers in arms." She finally moved from the trance she was in. A moment later she took a bite, groaned her approval, and nodded her head.
It's good.
"Ah, well, good, then. Finish your food, and then I'm at your disposal." He was, wasn't he? Well, all right then. No time like the present to get to know her fiancé a little bit better. As they finished breakfast, Kenrick could not believe his good fortune. Allison wanted him to play the role of her fiancé. For his part, he hoped it would include more kisses. Mayhap this was what Sonny wanted of him. When he next saw the witch, he'd have to thank her for the task. After they'd done the dishes together, she dried her hands and hung the towel.
Would you like a tour of the property?
He didn't tell her he'd already taken one. I would. When they went outside, the screen door squeaked. As she walked down the 3 wooden steps, she threw over her shoulder.
I know, I should probably fix that. Oil the hinges or something. But I actually like the sound of it. It's homey, you know?
He took fixing the door off his mental list. Aye, it does have that feel about it. He glanced up. "I note you've no a horseshoe over the back door, nor any bits of iron. We'll have to fix that." She turned to look at the space above her door.
There are actually some old ones in the shed. You know, I've seen people nail horseshoes over doors before, but I'd never thought to do it. It might be cute.
Cute? 'Tis the word of fairies. You must take precautions, else they'll cause you no end of mischief. She chuckled.
Fairies?
Aye, fairies. She smiled, as if she thought he jested.
Do you believe in fairies?
Of course I do. Dunna ye? She gave him a look that said she thought him daft.
Yeah. We don't have a lot of problems with fairies around these parts.
You must not. In Scotland they're all about. Kelpies, sprites, the burroch, brownies are the worst, of course. If they think you're ignoring them, they'll run amok. The iron will protect your home. I'll make sure I'll nail some up later today. Who's that?
Knock yourself out.
He tried to work out her meaning and finally decided she'd given her consent, and he smiled in approval. They headed to the old shed on the property and looked around there for a while. There were tools and such, and they did find some horseshoes. Next, she walked him to the river.
This is where my property line ends. I like to swim. Do you?
Of course, but it's been a long while. A friendly, yet slightly gravelly voice sounded behind them. "Howdy there." They turned to see an older gentleman, tall but slight of build, his arms propped on the top of the wooden fence, and they headed his way. The man eyed Kenrick with open curiosity.
Hello, Mr. Larson.
Allison greeted the fellow.
This is Kenrick Macfie. He'll be staying with me for the next couple of days.
Mr. Larson offered his hand, and Kenrick shook it in the way he'd seen men do. The man was taking his measure. "You live hereabouts?" "Here with Allison." He nodded, glanced at Allison, but didn't say any more. Allison glanced down. Was she worried the man would think ill of her with a man living in the house? "She is my betrothed." "Really? You two getting hitched?" Allison froze up, unsure how to answer. Kenrick nodded solemnly. "We are." "Well then, congratulations are in order." Allison was blushing.
Thank you.
He didn't want the man thinking badly of Allison, but of course, once he was gone, the man might think ill of her anyway. 2 broken engagements did not hang well on anyone's reputation, let alone a young lady's. Bollocks. He needed to think things through before he spoke. He shot Allison an apologetic glance, but there was naught to do about it now. He gently shook the sagging fence. "I was thinking to fix this today." The older man straightened immediately. "I've been meaning to do that for a while now. I've got some lumber and a couple of nail guns. What do you say we work on this together?"
Kenrick, you don't have to do that. I mean, you're already doing so much.
Mr. Larson was already walking away. "Don't interfere, woman. We men have work to do." She shook her head, her lips curving slightly upward.
All right. What do you want me to do?
Kenrick squeezed her arm. "Did you not wish to tell a man of our betrothal?"
No, it's fine. I just wasn't expecting it. It's not like we're going to keep it a secret.
She gestured to the fence.
Do you need my help?
"We'll be needing something to eat later." She smiled.
Women's work, huh? Well, I do need to run to the store for potato salad fixings. I may as well pick up a few more things. Call me if you need anything.
Kenrick watched her walk away, admiring the way she looked from behind, and then whistled as he headed to the shed for tools. He may only have the luxury of her company for a while, but he'd enjoy it while he could. Chapter 6. A couple hours later, Allison carried groceries into the kitchen, then took a quick look out the back window. Kenrick and Mr. Larson were hard at work as the dogs roamed the backyard. She wanted nothing more than to join them, but she had her own chores. She quickly made sandwiches and lemonade, placed them in the refrigerator, and started in on the potato salad. A while later, she left the eggs and potatoes to cool, finishing putting the groceries away, and went outside to help. She was putting on work gloves when Kenrick spotted her. "What are you doing?" She looked at the fence, mostly taken apart, and some of the posts were on the ground.
I'm here to help. Where did Mr. Larson go?
"He promised he'd drive his wife somewhere, but he'll return soon." He scowled and looked back at the house. "What of the supper you promised?"
Already done.
He turned his gaze to the partially dismantled fence and stared at it for a moment. He obviously didn't want her here.
What's the problem?
His frown deepened. "Do ye think I cannae fix this?"
Of course I think you can do it. I just don't think you should have to do it alone. You do want my help, don't you?
"Aye, 'twould be fine." He said the right words, but he obviously didn't mean them.
Look, if you're trying to tell me there is women's work and man's work, I'm going to have to call baloney.
He picked up the shovel, stuck the tip in the ground, and started digging again. "Of course there is men's work and women's work. 'Tis the way of things." She placed her hands on her hips.
Is that so?
"You wouldn't wish a woman to go to war, would ye?" She actually gasped out loud at that.
If I wanted to go to war, I could, and I would.
He stopped working to straighten and stare at her, as if to check if she was serious. "Women don't go to war."
Of course they do, all the time.
He gaped at her. "Are ye in earnest?"
Of course I am. Are you?
"Women go to war."
Yeah. Something like 14% of the people in the military are women. Are you saying that's not true in Scotland?
He shook his head and went back to digging. "I've heard tell of a woman or two who went to war, but they pretended to be men, of course, and dressed in loose clothing." She shook her head.
That is simply archaic.
"Och, it may well be." She clapped her gloved hands together.
So what can I do?
He looked around for a moment, as if floundering, then finally said, "Can you hold this post steady as I move it into the hole?" She knew good and well he was giving her an easy task, but that was fine with her. She wouldn't want to step on his masculinity or anything.
Sure.
They worked steadily for an hour, returning the posts to their newly dug holes and filling in the dirt, and at the end of it, they were both hot and sweaty. Allison wiped the back of her wrist across her brow as morning turned to afternoon. She noticed the 3 dogs were panting in the shade, Bonnie a short distance from the others.
Have I mentioned how much I appreciate you doing this for me?
That got a genuine smile out of him. I'm glad I could help ye, lass. And he did seem proud of himself, his chest bowing slightly at her praise. His reaction made her want to praise him all the more.
You're so strong. You make lifting these huge poles seem effortless.
He ducked his head, but couldn't hide his grin. She couldn't help but smile herself. You'd think no one had ever praised the man.
In fact, I don't believe I've been around anyone as well-built as you. And not only that, but you do seem to know what you're doing. Were you born knowing how to fix things? Or did you have to study and learn?
His shoulders straightened as he finished tying off a section of the fence and twisting with the pliers to keep the metal in place. Some things are just common sense, don't you think?
I suppose so, though I wouldn't have thought to bend the metal into the wood the way you are. I'd have ended up with sharp bits sticking out all over. You did much better than I would have.
He was blushing now, and it made her want to heap more praise on him, but if she overdid it, he might believe she was insincere.
Anyway, like I said, I can't thank you enough for everything you're doing. The dog, the reunion, helping me fix up the place while you're here. I'm very grateful.
No need for gratitude. I'm more happy to be here than ye could understand.
Well, thank you anyway. All right, I'm going to go finish the salad I started earlier.
Ye do that. She rolled her eyes at the relief in his tone. The man really was a cave-dweller.
Come on in when you're done. Lunch is ready whenever you are.
A few minutes later, she heard a knock on the front door, and her brother called out, "Allison!"
I'm in here.
She went back to getting out ingredients and smiled when her brother came into the kitchen. Tall and lean, Nathan liked to work out and keep himself in shape. He said he did it for his job as a police officer, but she suspected there was a bit of vanity involved, as he was, once again, one of the most sought-after bachelors in the area. His young son, Tyler, filed in behind him.
Oh, you have Ty for the weekend.
Nathan nodded and rubbed 6-year-old Ty's head. Yeah, Kira let me have him again this weekend, what with the reunion and all. So the 2 of us are hanging out today. Thought we might swing by and see how things are going. She raised a brow.
How are things going? They're going fine.
He hesitated a moment, then leaned back against the counter and crossed his arms. You know what I mean.
What did you mean?
You're going to make me say it, aren't you? All right. I'm stopping by to find out how you're feeling about tomorrow. You're going to be okay when Linny shows up with her new fiancé in tow. Allison shrugged.
What's it to me? As it happens, I have a fiancé of my own and couldn't care less about hers.
Nathan's brows rose. What are you talking about? Ty was standing at the back door now, and he turned to call over his shoulder. And Allison, who's that man in the backyard? She walked to the door and looked out. Kenrick was still working hard. Was he trying to impress her? The thought brought a flutter to her heart. She was already impressed.
That, boys, is my fiancé.
Her brother shot up off the counter and headed to the door. The heck you say? Smiling smugly, she jutted her chin and nodded.
No, really, he is.
Nathan rounded his son, pushed open the back door, and headed down the stairs. He called over his shoulder, "We'll just see about that, won't we?"
Wait, you can't.
Allison's words struck the back door as it slammed shut behind them. Her brother was 20 feet away before Allison managed to dry her hands and chase after them. She arrived in time to hear her brother call out, "And just who do you think you are?" Kenrick turned, visibly surprised as her brother bore down on him. He was going to ruin everything if she didn't stop him. Before she had a chance to do anything, Bonnie rushed over, growling and snapping at Nathan. Her brother grabbed Ty up in his arms and dodged the animal, but before anything horrible could happen, Kenrick had Bonnie by the collar. "Stop, Bonnie. You're not to act in such a fashion. Hush now." The dog immediately subsided. She ran to her brother and gave him a shove.
Why did you do that? This is none of your business.
Nathan was gaping, his son firmly in his arms. "My sister is not my business. Why did you push my dad?" Ty looked furious. Allison glanced at her nephew.
You're right, Tyler. I shouldn't have done that. I wouldn't have if your dad hadn't been in such a hurry to shove his nose where it doesn't belong.
She glared at her brother, but couldn't maintain it. They'd always been close. She felt the tension abate. "Don't believe a word she says, Ty. She used to do it to me all the time when we were kids." Slapping his arm, she retorted.
You're not helping here.
Kenrick came up behind her and put his hand on her shoulder. "'Tis all right, lass. Introduce me to your brother." Reluctantly, and only after giving her brother a fierce glare, she introduced the two men.
Kenrick, this is my brother, Nathan King. Nathan, this is Kenrick Macfie.
"Can I put my son down, or is your dog going to attack him?"
She's my dog. I got her from the clinic.
She glanced at Bonnie, lying a few feet away, and watched Kenrick's every move.
You can put him down. She just thought you were attacking Kenrick.
Nathan lowered Ty, straightened, and eyed the other man. "What's this fiancé nonsense?"
What? Just because the toad didn't want to marry me, you think no one does?
That got him to look at her. "Ah, come on now. You know I didn't mean it that way, but you can't just throw something out like that. Introduce a guy wearing a skirt and claim him as your fiancé."
It's a kilt. He's Scottish.
"Is he like an actor or something? Did you hire this guy to pretend to be your fiancé to save face tomorrow?" Heat climbed up her face.
Ever hear of a whirlwind romance? Maybe you should try it sometime.
Nathan scowled. "That's a low blow. It's not my fault." He glanced down at his son, and his lips tightened, but she knew what he was going to say. It wasn't his fault his wife had an affair. Kira was still trying to get back with him, had apologized profusely, but it had done her no good. In the meantime, Nathan was dating up a storm, determined to regain his self-esteem, while proving to his ex-wife he didn't have a care in the world. She could certainly relate. Sometimes all you had were the tattered remnants of your pride.
Anyway, we met.
She considered making up a story, but decided to stick as close to the truth as she possibly could.
When I hit him with my truck.
"What? Did you report this?" Her gaze dropped.
I thought about it.
Understand your siblings." Kenrick stepped forward to stand next to Allison. "But you need to stop haranguing the lass." "Oh, I do I?" Nathan breathed the words threateningly. Allison lifted a finger.
You are going to stop that right now, Nathan.
Nathan took a breath as if to say something else, and Allison held her finger higher in the air.
I mean it.
Her brother exhaled and finally glanced around. "What are you doing here?"
Kenrick is fixing the fence for me.
Looking at the yards of fence left to fix, Nathan looked at Kenrick appraisingly and asked, "Do you need help?" Allison arched a brow.
I don't know if that's such a good idea.
Ignoring her words, Kenrick nodded to Nathan. "I could use a hand."
What?
She shot Kenrick an exasperated look.
That's not what you said earlier.
"You can get back to what you were doing." Nathan never took his gaze off of Kenrick. "We'll be fine out here." "Aye," Kenrick agreed. You should finish your kitchen chores. We'll be in shortly for a meal. Oh, that was the way of it, was it? She wasn't needed any more. Well, that was just fine by her. Let them duke it out. If Kenrick needed backup, he could call on Bonnie. Can I help too? Ty glanced between the two men. Allison turned back toward the house.
Come on, kiddo. You can help me in the kitchen.
Oh, man! Tyler hesitated, then trotted behind her. Kenrick did his best to manage Nathan's questions as they worked their way down the fence, one of them on each side. Upon Mr. Larson's return, the man supervised and kept them well supplied with nails and fresh lumber. In truth, he didn't mind Nathan's questions. He just wished he had a better way to answer them. How long have you known my sister? Long enough. Why didn't you file a police report when she hit you with her truck? I didn't think to. You didn't think to? Why not? You saw a pretty face and didn't want to get her in trouble. 'Tis true, I would hesitate to distress her. You know, some guys will run out into the road on purpose to get a girl out of her car. Nay, I didn't know such. Surely there are more pleasant ways to meet a female. Nathan continued to look suspicious, but the longer they worked, the more the man seemed to relax. Where in Scotland are you from? Look there. Like I know where that is. I'm a Macfie of Cloncameron. Whatever. Nathan stopped to wipe his brow with his shirt sleeve. What's with the kilt? Kenrick glanced at his clothing. 'Tis what we wear, and most comfortable. He glanced at Nathan's leggings. Do you not find such clothing restricting? Nathan snorted. You implying something, buddy? Because I've got no complaints from the ladies, I can tell you that. It was Kenrick's turn to snort. Come on, boys, back to work. Mr. Larson broke into the conversation. Nathan started in on another post hole. Well, I just hope you're going to have a long engagement. You need to get to know each other, not rush into a wedding. Agreed. It didn't hurt to humour the man, as no such wedding would ever take place. Disappointing, that. Nathan used his foot to thrust the shovel further into the dirt. My sister might seem like a pushover, but she's no such thing. I never considered her such. Kenrick started on the next hole over. You know you got her on the rebound, right? Kenrick was getting a little sick and tired of being this man's pincushion. Prick, prick, prick. The man just kept poking at him, and since Kenrick didn't have any right to Allison at all, pretending he did grew tiresome. What? No response, big guy? How would you like me to respond? Would you like me to tell you that she was easy to get, that she was vulnerable to any man who came her way? Nathan straightened. Did you just call my sister easy? Nay, I said it seems as if you'd like me to say such things. If you think you can take advantage of her, and that there's no one around here to stop you, you're dead wrong. Kenrick sighed. Pretending to be Allison's fiancé might be a bit harder than either of them had anticipated. If he had the right to her, he could answer the man with the punch to the face, but as he was her brother, and given the current circumstance, he suspected that wouldn't go over too well. Cry peace, he told Nathan, and fix the fence. After you called my sister easy, I don't think so. Nathan threw down his shovel and shoved Kenrick. When he thought about it later, Kenrick would have liked to have said he simply clouted the man to shut him up. The truth was, he'd not enjoyed a brawl in many a year, and the man's picking had riled him to the point of anger. He got not a little satisfaction when he shoved the man backward, hard. Nathan skip-jumped back, barely caught his balance, lowered his head, and charged like a bull. Game on. Allison glared at the two men seated beside each other on the weather-worn picnic bench. Kenrick held an ice pack to his cheek, and Nathan had one to his eye.
Well, do the two of you have that out of your system?
Aye, Mum, Kenrick said meekly. When Nathan didn't say anything, Kenrick jarred him with his elbow. Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Allison took a deep breath and let it out.
I'm going inside to get lunch. When I come out here, the two of you better be getting along.
Aye, Mum. Yes, ma'am.
And I want that fence fixed.
She looked over to where the fence had broken during their scuffle. Two of the boards split in half where they'd run into them. She blew her hair out of her face and shook her head in disgust.
Man.
She stomped a few feet away and turned back.
Of course I didn't mean you, Mr. Larson. I know you had nothing to do with this.
The older man nodded, but he seemed to be hiding a smile. She walked past a wide-eyed Ty and into the kitchen to grab the plate of sandwiches and the pitcher of lemonade. She took the food out, added plates, cups and chips to the mix, and left them to it. A couple of hours later, she had finished the salad, made brownies and cleaned the house. She supposed Kenrick would think the women's work suited her, but she didn't quibble. All was quiet in the yard, and 3 men and a little boy were outside fixing up the place. Life was good. She glanced outside to see that the fence looked terrific. Kenrick had also found time to nail old horseshoes to the front and back of her house. Fairies or whatever, she actually liked the way it looked, and it made her feel like her home had been christened. Do I smell chocolate? Nathan opened the squeaky screen door.
Brownies. Your favorite recipe with the chocolate chips.
Nathan chuckled. I could eat a couple. Me too. Ty was right behind him. Don't forget us, Mr. Larson chimed, as he and Kenrick filed in next. She grinned.
There's plenty for everyone.
The free labour was much appreciated, and she was in high spirits.
Anybody want to go for a swim in the river? I could take the brownies out back.
Yay! Tyler jumped up and down. She glanced at her brother.
I still have the swimsuits you two left the last time.
What about our friend here? Nathan nodded to Kenrick. I can swim in the buff. Nathan shot him a hard-eyed stare. Not going to happen, buddy. Mr. Larson chuckled. My sons gave me some extra-large swim trunks for my birthday as a joke. They should fit. I'll change and then bring them out. As the 3 went off to change, Allison turned away from Kenrick to cut the brownies.
I just wanted to tell you thanks for helping me out today. Food and shelter don't really cover the cost of everything you've done, and I know that. Especially with what we're going to have to face tomorrow, but, well, thank you.
Kenrick looked away, almost bashful, and slight colour rose in his cheeks. It was so sweet. She shouldn't do it. Not again, but the guy was truly adorable, and was it really teasing to tell the truth?
I mean, I've never seen anybody work as hard as you. You've done about 5 times as much work as I could have. I'm impressed.
The colour in his face rose even higher, and when he half turned away, she wanted to press kisses all over his face, everywhere she could reach. She couldn't help teasing him just a bit more.
I guess you get told all the time how big and strong you are, right?
His ears were pink. The guy was just so delightful she could hardly stand it. She decided to lay it on a bit thicker.
In fact, I don't believe I've ever seen anybody work as hard as you do.
She couldn't help herself. She reached out and placed her hand on his arm, hoping he'd turn to face her so she could maybe just kiss him on the cheek. But he seemed preoccupied with opening and closing one of her cupboard doors. Her grin widened. Seriously, this guy was just freaking cute, and she wanted to follow him around all day long and heap on the compliments just to watch his reaction. Ma was thinking mayhap I could fix your shade on the morrow, or at least get a start on it before we leave for your reunion. Mayhap ask Mr. Larson for more wood and shore up the part that's leaning.
That would be great. I wasn't sure it could be salvaged, But if you think it's possible, I believe in you.
He nodded, still not looking at her, and she continued.
I suppose all the ladies are constantly after you for help, and you're just too nice to tell any of us no.
He finally turned to look at her, and she was surprised to see pain in his expression. He slowly shook his head.
What is it?
I've never, that is to say, nae once has ever, nae one ever seemed to notice before. At his pained expression, she dropped the teasing demeanour.
What do you mean? I thought your wife...
He shook his head. Nay, I think she'd just as soon hit myself off the fight, whether I was hateful or nae. Her breath caught. It broke her heart that a hard-working man like this, beyond being big, gorgeous, and someone she'd definitely like to get to know better, was walking around in need of praise. What was wrong with some women? Before she could stop herself, she threw herself at his chest and hugged him close.
Well, if you weren't appreciated in the past, I can tell you this right now. I appreciate you. I love having you around, and I'm so grateful for all you're doing for me.
Slowly, ever so slowly, his arms enfolded her, and little by little tightened around her. She hugged him for all she was worth. If his wife had been such an idiot she didn't see what she had, that was too bad for her. If Allison had her way, she'd keep him in a heartbeat. Seconds later, Nathan was back. "Break it up, you two." She laughed, let Kenrick go, and moved to the stove to stack the brownies on a plate. Mr. Larson came back with swim trunks, and the men headed out to the river. When she'd bought the house, the river had been a definite selling point. At the back of her property there was a bend in the river where it deepened to about 8 feet, after being more shallow on either side. It was a great place to swim, and on a hot July day like this, she was glad she could offer it to the men. By the time she changed into her own swimming suit and headed out with the brownies, the dogs were barking and the men splashing. Her lips curled at Ty's sudden shriek. When she reached the downward dirt path, she glanced up to see Kenrick looking at her, mouth gaping as he stared. She quickly glanced down to make sure everything was covered, and it was. The ordinary one piece with its short black skirt was about as modest as they came. Maybe he was used to girls in bikinis. Kenrick looked away from her by the time she glanced back up. After taking a deep breath, he jumped into the deep water and turned to catch Ty, and then helped him to float on his back. He was teaching her nephew to swim. Nathan dove, adding his 2 cents when he surfaced. She set the brownies on a rock, threw her towel to the ground, and settled down to guard the treats from the dogs. Well, and to watch Kenrick being gentle and patient with the boy. And the water sluicing off his double-wide shoulders. Everything this man did seemed to melt something within her. Why couldn't she really find a guy like this? Someone who liked her house. Someone who was sweet with dogs and kids. Someone who seemed to like her. Kenrick almost seemed too perfect. She lowered her feet into the cool water and swished them around. Nobody was perfect, but she had wished upon a star, so it shouldn't surprise her that the man who'd appeared seemed pretty darned close. Chapter 7. After everyone went home, it was just her, Kenrick, and the dogs. Kenrick seemed shy and wasn't looking at her directly. Allison tried to think of ways to thank her guest and considered cooking him another meal, but she didn't want him getting bored or feeling like he had to pitch in with food prep or dishes. He'd done enough today.
Would you like to go to town? We could go to Main Street. There are a lot of restaurants, shops, and a couple of nearby parks. Or we could go to the city. It takes longer to get there, but Abilene has dance clubs, the zoo, some museums, movie theaters, pretty much anything you'd want to do.
Main Street? Sounds nice.
We could get ice cream cones. My treat.
Kenrick agreed, and before she knew it, they'd showered, dressed, and were locking Bonnie in the guest room and the dogs in the house.
You want to drive?
Kenrick looked surprised. You'd let me?
Sure, if you want to.
Kenrick helped her onto the passenger seat, rounded the car, and was quickly sliding into the driver's seat and shutting the door. A look of anticipation on his face, eyes glowing. He turned to her. What do you do? Was he pulling her leg? She hesitated for a nanosecond, but handed him the keys. Where shall I place these? Seriously?
In the ignition.
He glanced around and even looked up at the ceiling, then down at the floor. Suspicion grew.
You do know how to drive a truck, don't you?
I've seen all sorts of vehicles.
Well, of course, you've even been hit by one. But have you ever driven one?
Nay, so I'm very grateful you're willing to give me the chance at it.
You don't have a driver's license?
Nay, were I to stay here for any length of time, I would get such a thing, but you're not to worry. I'm a fast learner. She was already opening the passenger door.
All right, buddy, out of the car.
You'll not let me try?
Not in a million years.
What of 270 years?
Nope.
Kenrick chuckled as they got out of the truck and switched places. She was glad to hear she hadn't hurt his ego. When she stuck the key in the ignition, he watched her every move. She backed out, swung around, and then waited at the edge of her long driveway and let a few cars go by before pulling out. That was clever, the way you didn't let those cars hit ye. She shot him an ironic look.
Would that you were as clever last night.
He laughed. Aye, in future I'll watch where I stand a bit more carefully. In my day, we'd plenty of warning before a horse ran us over.
In your day, huh? How old are you, Father Time?
26.
Really? I'm 27. A year older than you. And you're more worried about horses than cars in Scotland. I really need to visit there.
Aye, in Scotland was what I meant, and you're no way older than I. Couldn't the guy count?
I'm pretty sure you have cars in Scotland. Where do you live? Up in the Highlands, right? Don't you have roads?
Would do, in fact.
You know, most people have a romantic view of that place. What's it like?
Beautiful. Mountains, trees, heather, tall grasses. We had a lake to swim in near my village.
Sounds nice. What do you do for work?
Farming and the military. I fought in many a battle. After the last one, I'd planned to return home, but it didn't work out that way.
No? Did you re-enlist or something? What are you doing in Texas?
I go where I'm sent.
So you're still military?
I'm on one last mission, and then I'm to move on. Allison felt a pang at that.
You'll go back to Scotland?
She glanced over at him to see him give a slight shrug of his broad shoulders. Well, that sucked. She realised she'd hoped he'd be local, a transplant Texan. If he lived in the area, they could have started dating. Still, she could do long distance. She was certainly attracted to him. After spending an entire day with him, she wasn't ready to see the last of him yet. She still had the weekend, though, didn't she? The thought of his leaving gave her a sense of urgency.
I hope you'll stay as long as possible. I'll be sad to see you go.
As will I. His words gave her a sense of happiness. She was halfway into a big crush on the guy already. If he was feeling the same way, maybe this could go somewhere. He wasn't acting like he wanted to run off anytime soon. They pulled into town, and she found a place to park. As they got out of the truck, he looked around with astonishment. They'd parked near the town square, and the place was pretty crowded. A lot of couples, some families, a ton of cowboy hats, and even more noise. The fountain was going strong, and kids splashed in the water. A movie must have just ended in the theatre across the street as people exited in droves. Blankets were spread out across the park, and she realised that at sunset they'd be playing a movie there. That may be something for them to do later. A couple of food trucks had set up for business.
Have you been here before?
I have not. He was still staring around in wide-eyed wonder.
Texas takes a bit of getting used to. On weekends, a lot of people like to come here to eat dinner, hang out, and generally have a good time. Are you hungry yet? Maybe we could get an ice cream cone and eat later.
I've not had ice cream before.
What? Oh my gosh. You have to come with me.
She headed for the ice cream shop to stand in line.
What kind do you want?
Kind.
Flavor?
Kenrick seemed at a loss. When Allison told the lady behind the counter that he'd not had ice cream before, she insisted on giving him spoonfuls of different flavours to try. The chocolate ice cream made him groan out loud, and she laughed.
Okay, chocolate it is. We'll take 2.
Kenrick was quick to set a gold coin on the counter. The confused girl behind the register looked at it.
Mister?
Allison handed the girl a 10.
I've got this, as a thanks for the hard work you did today.
Kenrick didn't look happy about it, but returned the coin to his bag. As soon as they both had their cones, they found some pretty wrought-iron tables and chairs, and sank down as the crowd continued to swirl around them. He watched her lick her ice cream cone, and then did the same to his. After a moment he smiled. This is quite a treat, lass.
Let me guess. They don't have ice cream cones where you come from either.
They might, but I've never had the like. They enjoyed the ice cream for a few more minutes as she watched Kenrick watch everyone else. His wide-eyed reaction to everything was quite amusing and made her want to visit Scotland soon. Maybe he just came from a very rural area, but being in the military, you'd think he'd have travelled around a bit. Maybe it was just Texas. She'd heard they were a weird sort of people, and perhaps they were stranger than she'd realised. Her musings were interrupted when a familiar voice called her name.
Allison?
She turned her head to see her sister and the toad stopped in the middle of a stream of people going around them. Linny, in a short blue dress and heels, was perfectly made up, her blonde hair flowing in curls down her back. Isaac, tall and lean, blonde curls spouting off to one side, looked like he'd stepped out of a GQ magazine. Even Allison had to admit they looked stunning together. The blood drained from her face. She was not ready for this, not ready at all. She was supposed to meet up with these two tomorrow for the first time in a crowd of people who loved her, where everybody would be super protective and try and smooth things over for all concerned. Not here and not now.
Linny.
Isaac stood behind her, hands in pockets, looking as uncomfortable as she felt. Allison took a breath, trying to calm down enough to be civil.
What are you doing here?
We're gonna go to dinner at Olive Garden. Olive Garden. Her gaze couldn't help moving to Isaac.
Really?
At that one word, Linny looked between her and Isaac and huffed in exasperation.
Really, Allison? Just because you've been there before with Isaac doesn't make it your place or something. We live in this town, too. If we tried to avoid every place the two of you ever went, it would give too much importance to your previous relationship and get pretty awkward, wouldn't it? You mean as awkward as it is right now?
Allison couldn't help but snap the words at her sister. Linny's eyes narrowed in anger.
You know what? You need to get used to this. This is your problem and nobody else's. I'm sick of the way you're moping around, making everyone feel sorry for you. You're not the first girl in the world to get dumped. I wonder how many of them got dumped for their own sister, though. Sort of a double betrayal, don't you think? Seriously?
Linny looked around to see if anyone was listening.
You're going to go there again? These things happen. You don't need to make such a big deal out of it, do you? I mean, seriously, grow up.
Allison realised ice cream was dripping onto her hand and set the whole thing on a napkin and wiped her hand with another. She certainly wasn't hungry anymore, and she'd choke if she tried to finish the thing.
Thanks for stopping by,
she said, her voice sugar-sweet.
You know what? You're not going to get rid of me that easily. I'm actually glad we ran into you tonight. Tomorrow was going to be awkward, but maybe we can talk this out a little bit now, and it won't be so bad.
Pride straightened Allison's spine.
I don't see why this has to be bad at all.
Where were her brains? Had she forgotten her grand plan so easily? She leaned forward to unfurl her fingers toward Kenrick.
As I was just telling my fiancé here, I think tomorrow should go just fine. Your what?
Linny shrieked the last word.
My fiancé.
Linny focused on Kenrick for the first time, took in his appearance, her eyes running up and down his form. Her mouth dropped open.
I thought this was just some guy you were sitting with because there were no chairs available.
Kenrick put his own ice cream down and stood. He was broad-shouldered, tough-looking and thoroughly attractive. Allison had never had such a proud moment in her life. Introduce me thus.
Kenrick, this is my sister Lenny and her fiancé Isaac Miller.
The toad. Linny gaped in outrage, and Allison's hand flew to her mouth as she tried to cover a giggle. Linny swung on Allison.
Don't you dare show up with a fiancé and then call Isaac a toad. It looks like he might not have been the only one playing around if you got engaged this quickly.
Amusement dropping away, Allison's fingers flew out in a casual motion.
Whirlwind romance.
That was her story, and she was sticking to it. Linny's eyes narrowed.
Oh, is that what they call a rebound romance these days? I don't know, Linny. Maybe it is. But if mine is called a rebound romance, then what would yours and Isaac's be called? Cheating? Stealing? Playing around behind your own sister's back?
Linny glanced around, her face sour.
You know what? Obviously, you can't be reasonable about this subject. Why should I be?
Feelings of hurt surged once more, remembering the last time she'd seen them. Linny explaining to her that they hadn't been able to help themselves and had fallen for each other.
Just one question, and I've been dying to ask it.
Linny stood frozen, an aloof expression on her face.
Ask away. How will the two of you ever be able to trust each other?
Without another word, Linny spun, grabbed Isaac by the hand, and dragged him behind her. As she watched her sister walk away, she realised how many people were staring at them, and what kind of scene they'd just made. Her gaze flew to Kenrick as he sat down and picked up his cone. She leaned forward.
I'm so sorry, Kenrick. You didn't sign on for something like that, and I didn't think it would be that bad.
He gave her a charming smile, one that melted her heart just a little. Don't mind me, lass. Life's been pretty boring for the last bit, and you certainly know how to spice things up for a man. He held out his hand and helped her stand. She threw her ice cream away, and he continued to hold on to her as he licked his treat. They walked in the opposite direction, back toward her truck.
Do you still want to go tomorrow?
Are you jesting? After this, I wouldn't miss it for the world. Shaking her head, but unwilling to look a gift horse in the mouth, she tucked her hand into the bend of his arm.
Well, thank you.
What did you see in that lad, anyway? 'Tis obvious he isn't worthy of you. She glanced away, and her mouth twisted. The man was a fool. He said it so vehemently, she glanced at him. He looked so dead serious, she smiled.
Thank you.
You disbelieve me? She stared at him and finally shrugged. The man had it all, and then he gave ye up. He might not realise it yet, but now he's left with naught." He said it so sincerely, tears rushed to her eyes.
"Thank you."
He took her keys and unlocked the driver's side door. "No need to thank me for telling you the truth. Did you want me to drive?"
Good try, buddy.
They picked up pizza, which smelled delicious, and were soon on their way back to Allison's house. Kenrick finally decided to address the matter troubling him. "Should I have pummelled him for what he did to ye?" Allison's head swung his way.
What? No. I'm against violence. It doesn't solve anything.
"Oh, it definitely solves matters. Not always in the way you might wish, but situations are solved, reversed, changed."
That's not what I meant, and you know it.
She glanced at him, then back at the road.
Look, I know you're a soldier, and all right, in war perhaps it is different, but in everyday life there's no excuse for it. The strong should protect the weak. You and Nathan fighting, that's one thing. You're both soldiers in a way, but if you knew how many abused animals I've seen, both when I was in school and now that I'm working at the clinic, it would make you sick. Animals are weaker than we are, and we should do everything we can to protect them. Yet, I see the results of abuse all the time.
"As you will." Kenrick relaxed a bit, glad he'd not miscalculated. Still, he couldn't help a smile. She considered him strong and Isaac weak, and the way she'd gone after her sister showed him that Allison was all spunk and fire. He'd been proud of her. Good for her for not backing down, for stating it plainly without thought to listening ears. He couldn't imagine the shame the like would have brought to a village. The couple would have been forced to flee and find another home. In mad time, if a wife died, a man might take her sister to wife, but they always waited until the first was buried. Allison laughed, and he was glad he'd been able to lighten the mood.
I didn't marry the guy, but I'll have to tell Lenny that.
Aye, that should go over very well. What wasn't going over well was the fact that Allison had once had feelings for the other male, and the man wasn't much to look at either. He was shorter than Kenrick by at least 6 inches, and sported golden curls. More female than male, the man had no muscle on his chest or arms. He dared to look at Kenrick with disdain, but he hadn't had much to say, had he? He'd not have dared. The thought that Allison agreed to marry the man bothered him. "Ye don't still have feelings for the toad?" She glanced at him again, horror in her expression.
For Isaac? Oh, good grief, no. What I feel is humiliated. I'm far angrier at my sister.
Relief swelled within him. "I can certainly understand that. If my brother were to wrong me so, it would be as a stab to my heart."
You have a brother?
"Long dead now."
Oh, Kenrick, I'm so sorry. You've lost so many people.
He shrugged. "I know I'll see them again someday." She nodded.
You certainly will. I wouldn't mind if you stuck around here for a while. I'd be glad to share my family with you.
She inhaled sharply and put a hand on her forehead.
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. That came out like I was asking you to marry me or something.
"You did ask me to be your fiancé."
Just embarrass me all the more, why don't you?
He grinned at her. As she drove, she looked beautiful in the darkening night.
I hope tomorrow isn't as bad as tonight was.
"Don't worry over much about the morrow. Your sister knows she's done wrong and has taken her anger out upon ye. Surrounded by family, she will now be able to act in such a way." Allison pulled into her driveway, parked the car, and turned the key. In the sudden silence, she shrugged.
I know I'm not pretty like she is.
When he went to speak, she lifted her hand and released her seatbelt.
No, don't see anything. It's just the way it is. She's always been more interested in hair and makeup and boys and is just better at that stuff. I'm okay with that. I'm not looking for compliments or anything. I'm the one who's always been interested in bringing home birds with broken wings and collecting more pets than I know what to do with. While I've been doing my thing, Lenny learned how to attract men, how to catch and keep one, which was fine until she caught and kept mine.
A growl burst out of Kenrick before he could hold it. "You want him back?"
No.
She jumped out of the truck and shut the door. Kenrick blew out a breath, wondering where this burning jealousy came from. He retrieved the pizza and followed her. "That's fine then. I only feel the need to correct you on one matter." She ran up the porch and searched her keyring for her house key. She lifted a defensive shoulder and turned around, her face tense.
What's that?
"Ye are stunningly beautiful." His voice dropped an octave. "More stunning than any lass I've ever seen." Her eyes widened as she gazed at him.
But...
He just looked at her, let her see the sincerity in his gaze, and she gaped at him a moment before unexpectedly launching herself at him. He reacted slowly, barely moving the pizza out of the way, opening one arm in time to find it filled with soft, fragrant female. He gathered her close, careful not to squeeze her as tightly as he wanted.
"And I think you're the most handsome, wonderful man in the world."
Her words, the sincerity in them, surprised him. His body heated as he held her close. His chest tightened as his feelings started to overwhelm. "Offering me your family, it was a nice thing to do. I certainly wish I could take you up on it." Did she understand he was saying he wished he could marry her in truth? Now he was the one who felt slightly embarrassed, but he didn't have much time here, did he? He didn't have the luxury of a long, slow romance, nor did he wish to deny the feelings in his heart. Her self-worth had been hurt by what happened with Isaac. She thought she wasn't pretty. That was flat out addlepated. She was beautiful, the loveliest woman he'd ever seen. "Do ye know what I thought the first time I saw ye?" She glanced up at him.
What?
"I thought ye were an angel. You were too pretty to be anything else. There was a light glowing on your face."
That was my cell phone.
"A light nonetheless. When you smiled at me, I saw heaven." She blushed with pleasure. 2 days would never be enough. He needed more time with her. Would that he had the rest of his life to bestow the compliments she deserved. He carefully set the pizza on a small table and pulled her forward until he could step down onto a stair while she stood on the porch. Their faces were close, and he was but a few inches taller than her now. She gazed up at him, accepting, and he leaned forward to press his lips to her soft ones in a gentle kiss. She pushed closer and wrapped her arms about his neck. Her keys jangled in his ear as he pulled her near, angling her face toward him. Again he kissed her softly, her upper lip, the corner of her mouth, a tug at her lower lip. When she responded by following his mouth, tightening her arms around his neck to draw him in, pressing against him, he suddenly couldn't draw in enough air. Breathing hard, he broke away from her to gaze into her face, then leaned down again to kiss her longer, harder, pulling her as tight to his overheated body as he could. He broke away again to bury his face in her neck. Why had Sonny sent him here? To lay everything before him he could no longer have. Mayhap this was his test. He was here, in a wonderful location, with this lass who did things to him, made him feel things. Once he'd done without for centuries. He leaned back to look down into her face, and he couldn't help raising his hand to brush his thumbs against her lips, her cheeks. "You're so lovely." She smiled at him as she eased her hands to his chest. She took a deep breath, gasping for air, and it gave him a lift of masculine pride to see and hear the way he affected her. It was only fair as she had the same influence on him. With a breathless chuckle, she turned away and unlocked the door with shaking hands. Once inside, she let Bonnie out of Kenrick's room and opened the back door to let the 3 dogs outside. He followed her onto the small deck, pizza still in hand. She retrieved plates, napkins and water, and he finally got to try the delicious-smelling food. He took a large bite.
You like it?
He groaned his approval. I do.
Another thing they don't have in Scotland?
He shook his head and said around a mouthful of bread, meat and cheese, I've certainly never had it. They both ate and watched the dogs frolic. When they finished their meal, he, taking the much larger portion, he took her hands in his and moved closer. She tilted her head back against the wooden chair to look up at the stars, and he did the same. A shooting star flared across the sky. Did you see that, lass?
I did.
A soft smile lit her face.
There's a meteor shower on right now. My friend Tara and I were watching it the other night, making wishes and such.
Truly?
Yes. You know, if you wish upon a star, your wish will come true.
I've not heard the like. Does it work?
Yes.
Truly? He heard the urgency in his voice and felt a bit foolish.
Truly.
Did your wish come true?
Yes.
What did you wish for? She hesitated.
If you tell your wish, then it won't come true.
Truly?
Yes.
Another star flared across the sky. He knew exactly what he would wish for, and he'd keep it to himself in case it could come true. I wish to stay here with Allison. The girl needed him, and if he were to admit the truth, he needed her too. She seemed to like him, and he certainly liked her. It was a start. He felt a little bit of the reserve that held him back crack open as yearning filled his heart. If he could have Allison, stay with her, he'd never wish another thing for himself for the rest of eternity, because he'd have everything he wanted and then some. It wasn't quite dark, and Allison wasn't ready to go inside yet.
Do you want to go for a walk?
Aye. Minutes later they strolled past 2 of her neighbours' houses and onto a dirt lane. Kenrick chased the dogs around, throwing sticks, and the dogs were loving it. Even Bonnie chased a few, though she let the other dogs claim them.
I can't believe the difference in Bonnie. I'm thrilled with how well she's doing.
She only needed a bit of direction.
You mean she needed someone to worship?
He grinned at her. Having females worship me sounds a pleasing way to pass the time. She gently hit his shoulder.
You better be talking about the dog.
He laughed at that. What else? Allison was very aware of him next to her. He was easy to know, easy to talk to. Was he like this with everyone, or was it just her? She'd heard of this happening before, where you met someone and you instantly clicked with them. You could talk to them for hours, whereas with someone else, you might not be able to come up with a single sentence in a 5-minute conversation. Of course, she wasn't exactly comfortable with him. She was aware of his every movement, the huge mass of his body, the ease with which he walked, the way her heart seemed to beat faster. She swore she even got whiffs of the way he smelled, masculine, earthy and male. He made her weak in the knees.
You mentioned your wife earlier. Do you mind if I ask what happened?
Kenrick shrugged. He picked up a rock and threw it. I was married, and before the year was out, we had a child. I was sent to France to fight, and our son died. My wife was inconsolable, and I was nowhere to be found. When I arrived back home, I quickly found she blamed me for not being there and wanted naught to do with me. She wanted me gone, so I left again, and eventually heard She took up with a Campbell. At that point, I think mayhap it was a relief to the both of us." He paused. "It wasn't a love match between my wife and me, but I'd wanted it to be one." Though he kept his tone matter of fact, the pain in his eyes betrayed his hurt. Allison's heart went out to him.
"I'm so sorry. Did you ever go back home again?"
"Nay, it wasn't possible." He looked off into the distance. "I used to hope she might come visit me, but she never did."
"Why didn't you just go home?"
"Couldn't."
"So you never saw her again before she died?"
He shook his head. They walked in silence for a moment. "My apologies. It must turn your stomach to hear me whining about my unfortunate circumstances."
"Oh, Kenrick, not at all. My heart aches for what you've been through. You lost a child. That's horrible. And I know what it's like to lose someone you've made plans with. And then suddenly you feel as if it's just over. But it's not. You're young. You can still have a wife and a family and a home to call your own. One bad relationship doesn't mean you can't have a better one. Isaac stabbed me in the heart, but I'm still hoping to find my own happily ever after someday."
She didn't dare look at him when she said that, fearing he'd think she was talking about him. And okay, maybe she was talking about him. She'd known Kenrick for such a short time. But there was definitely something between them. Something growing. But it was way too soon to say anything or even think it. They still had plenty of time to get to know each other. Kenrick seemed to think he had nothing to offer a girl. She knew how that felt. Rejection was painful, and it had certainly left her feeling raw and worthless. But Kenrick was the type of man any girl would be proud to call her own. What had been wrong with his wife? The guy was sweet, eager to please, and drop-dead gorgeous. His wife had been an idiot. Her loss was Allison's gain. Kenrick seemed to need to get his self-confidence back, and she was just the girl to help him do it. Was she walking too close to him? Every time her hand brushed against his, it was like electricity jolted through her, only in the most pleasant kind of way. She stepped away from him so it wouldn't happen again, so he wouldn't think she did it on purpose. Before she moved very far away, he closed the distance and took her hand in his, weaving their fingers together. He lifted their hands. "Is this all right?" Her throat clenched, and she didn't dare say a word. She simply nodded. He smiled, his lips quirking in that masculine way, as if to say he'd known all along she'd be okay with it. He wasn't wrong. The guy had too much charm for his own good, and with their hands clasped together, he was implying she wasn't the only one feeling this way. What if, after the reunion, they came to a new understanding, started to date for real? She focused on the dogs running in front of them, on the way Bonnie played easily at times, and other times kept herself distant from the other two dogs, always making sure that Kenrick was within view. The dog would heal, especially if Kenrick stayed in her life. Allison had every intention of trying to make that happen. Chapter 8. It was dark when they went inside a little while later, the dogs scrambling to get in the door first. Allison smiled shyly at Kenrick. She really needed to get his kisses out of her head, or she was going to be a basket case.
"I'm not quite ready to go to bed. Do you want to watch a movie?"
"A movie? Like on the telly?"
Is that what they call TV in Scotland?
"That's what the guards call it."
The guards?
"Aye. The guards at the Culloden Moor Visitor Centre have the telly on sometimes. I've watched a few movies with them."
Did you work there?
"I spent a bit of time there."
But you're not a big movie watcher, huh? Well, what kind of movies do you like?
"Movies with guns."
I like romances. What say we compromise? Have you ever seen True Lies?
"Nay."
Then you're in for a treat. It has guns and romance. I think we'll both like it.
Allison made popcorn and slushy drinks. When she returned to the living room, Kenrick was sitting on the couch, and she had to make a decision, to sit next to him or not to sit next to him. She wished she'd sat down first. She thought about the way he'd kissed her earlier, how sweetly he'd taken her hand and made her weak in the knees, and her heart started to flutter again. She set the drinks on the coffee table and went back for the popcorn. She took the 2 bowls and poured them into one. If they only had one bowl of popcorn, and they needed to share it, they'd have to sit by each other, right? Feeling super sly, but also pretty smart, she went back into the living room, set the popcorn on the table, and started the movie. She sank beside Kenrick and grabbed up the popcorn bowl. He took the popcorn from her and set it on his lap. With his other arm, he drew her close. She grinned. Well, that was certainly telling, wasn't it? They both put their feet on the ottoman, yet another reason for them to share a seat. She'd seen the movie several times before and owned it because she loved the romance in it so much, but she had to admit she was distracted. The feel of his muscular leg pressed against hers, his heavy arm around her, the memory of his kisses. What exactly had she ever seen in Isaac? The looks on their faces when she'd exclaimed him as her fiancé had been absolutely delicious. Sitting here, tucked under his arm, was as well. How could a relationship, could she call it a relationship, progress so quickly? How could she feel so comfortable sitting next to him like this? He was leaving and had made no bones about the fact, but he could come back again, couldn't he? This didn't have to end. They could call, text, email, Skype, get together again. He seemed to like her well enough. Her dogs liked him. She'd wished on a star. She'd downed blue raspberry love potion. He'd worked hard on her property today, had been gentle with her nephew in teaching him to swim, and in no way, shape or form had he given vibes that said he was a player. Quite the opposite, in fact. The guy had a sensitive heart in need of tending, and she was just the girl to do it. Whatever this was, she wanted more of it. She wasn't ready to talk to him about any of this. Some things just had to come naturally, and why was she thinking about this right now anyway? She just needed to relax and enjoy. Everything didn't need to be figured out this minute, and she had to get through the reunion tomorrow. Maybe it was better she'd met her sister and Isaac tonight. They were already forewarned about her fiancé, and it wouldn't be a shock to them. They wouldn't make a scene. As Tara had pointed out, Allison would have to let her sister off the hook now, and she didn't really deserve that. She deserved to have some angst over the fact she'd stolen her own sister's fiancé. It was a crappy thing to do. But, sitting here, cuddled next to a big, brawny meal, she couldn't find it within her to care any more, and that right there was a great place to be. She contentedly settled in, sipped her drink, had an occasional kernel of popcorn, and watched the movie. Kenrick's warm body next to hers, the dogs on the floor, the romance of the movie. She couldn't remember the last time she'd enjoyed herself so much. Allison woke early the next morning and let the dogs out, only to find Kenrick already hard at work in the yard, so she joined him.
Good morning.
He looked up from his work to smile at her, and boy, was that a punch in the heart. The guy had a great smile. She really wanted to keep him. She felt herself responding in kind, and suspected the giddiness she felt inside probably spilled out in her smile. A good motto to ye.
You're up early. Have you had breakfast?
He shook his head. I was hoping mayhap you'd feed me.
I'll get right on that. I have to work for a few hours this morning. Then we have to be to the park at 1, and it takes about 25 minutes to get there.
Sounds good. He was shoring up her shed, which sagged on one side. She looked at the fence he'd fixed the day before, and again couldn't help but wish he'd stick around, for more reasons than one. She flew inside to take a quick shower and dress for the day. Within 20 minutes she was back in the kitchen, cracking eggs into a bowl and adding ham and vegetables for omelettes. She started frying frozen hash browns. The guy deserved a hearty breakfast. He was an incredibly hard worker, and she'd like to show her appreciation. She made toast, cut up fruit, and poured orange juice. When everything was ready, she called him in. His presence filled the kitchen. "This looks delicious." He took a seat, reached for her hand, and bowed his head. "Will ye say grace?" Oh, he wanted to pray. That hit her in the heart as well. With a smile, she bowed her head and offered grace. Kenrick dug in and made appreciative noises as he tasted the omelette. "'Tis very good."
Thank you.
She smiled at him and tucked into her own. If the way to a man's heart was through his stomach, she'd keep digging through her cookbooks. "Is there aught I should know about the reunion?"
Maybe I should tell you a little bit more about myself so you can answer any questions put to you. And you can tell me a few things as well.
Warmth surged into her cheeks. Okay, she wanted to get to know the guy better, and he was using this as an excuse. She kept her eyes firmly on her food so he wouldn't see her expression and guess. "What do you wish to know?" She considered what she already knew of him. Born in Scotland, married with a child, and they'd both passed away. Her heart clenched at thought. His parents and brother were gone as well. He was in the military.
You don't have a girlfriend, do you?
Just you. Her breath hitched on a flash of pleasure.
Anybody waiting for you at home?
Nay, your family would ask me this when they believed us promised.
Busted.
Her gaze dropped.
Oh, you're right. What was I thinking? They certainly wouldn't be asking those types of questions, would they?
But she certainly wanted to know.
All right. So you're in the military. Were you in Afghanistan?
Scotland. Her brows drew together.
Scotland? Oh, of course. Someone has to guard the home front. Okay. Do you have any specialities, like weapons-wise? I'm sure the guys will want to know.
I'm deadly with a claymore.
A claymore? You mean one of those big swords warriors used to carry?
Just so.
You know, I've never visited Scotland, but I really am starting to think I need to get it on my bucket list.
Bucket list.
My list of things I want to do before I die.
At his arrested expression, she smiled.
Don't you have one?
He shook his head. Just to spend time with you and help you as much as I'm able. Again her breath hitched. Was he declaring himself? Her eyelashes fluttered, and she glanced down at her breakfast. She hoped so. She cleared her throat.
So guys are running around the countryside with claymores fighting each other? Am I getting this right?
He quickly took a bite of his omelette, glanced away and shrugged.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hope it didn't come off as sarcastic. I really want to know about you.
He lifted a shoulder.
You know what? Forget the whole fighting thing. I'll just tell them you were stationed in Scotland and leave it at that. What about me? Do you have any questions about me? Anything you want to know?
Why did you pledge your truth to the toad? Now it was her turn to glance away.
Well, obviously, I wasn't intending to engage myself to a toad. Apparently, he had me fooled.
Did he, then? She took a breath to answer that of course she didn't know who he was, but then slowly let it out and thought about it.
The guy never opened a door for me in his life. He talked over the top of me. He scoffed at my goals.
She pushed food around on her plate with her fork.
I'd been looking at this house when we were engaged, but he hated it. He rarely listened to my opinions. He insisted I curl my hair and wear makeup at all times. So yes, I guess I did know who he was. A vain, selfish man who never knew me at all.
Mayhap you owe your sister a debt of gratitude. She laughed.
Yeah, maybe so.
She glanced at Kenrick and thought about what she'd learned of him in just a short period. The man was an incredibly hard worker. He was good with animals, and in the short time he'd been in her brother's presence, Nathan had warmed up to him, fighting and all. In 6 months of dating Isaac, Nathan had never warmed up. He probably never would now. Nathan had said as much. He thought Linny an idiot. Kenrick also liked her house. He opened doors for her. He tried to pay for their ice cream, though he didn't have American currency. All in all, she'd been blind where Isaac had been concerned, hadn't she? She hadn't dated a lot. She had to give herself that. Was that the reason she hadn't seen Isaac for who he was? Lass, I'm sorry to distress ye. She gazed away in embarrassment.
It's all right. I'm just feeling foolish because I kept making up excuses for him.
Dinna give yourself a hard time. You're young. Was he your first romance? Heat crept into her face. Did she really look like that much of a loser?
I've had 2 boyfriends before.
Anyone serious? Anyone you thought to marry?
Just you.
The thought popped into her head, but thankfully didn't pop out of her mouth. She shook her head.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right. I don't have a lot of experience with men.
'Tis regretful you'd such a bad one, but take the lesson learned from it and move on. Move on to him. She tucked back into her breakfast.
What's your favorite place in the world?
On Stel Bon.
What?
It means the White Spout. 'Tis a place in Scotland with a beautiful waterfall. I've thought of it often. You climb a deep valley next to a flowing river to see it. I spent the night there once and it left an impression. 'Tis surrounded by forest and the falls drop into the river.
It sounds magical.
'Tis lovely there, lass. In the morning, the light hits upon the glen, highlighting the water. In spots 'tis smooth, and you can see your reflection. Fish swim in the water, and there's a stone to lean against and watch the world as it wakes. She was staring at him.
It sounds wonderful.
I woke early this morning and walked back to your river. This place has much the same feeling, does it not? 'Tis beautiful, and ye have a spot to call your own in the world. I've not had such in a while, so I know when 'tis missing. She had to look away from him before she offered to share it with him. Every word that came out of his mouth made her fall just a bit deeper in love? No, it was too soon to say something like that, but she knew she didn't want him gone. I'd better get back to the shed. She stood.
I have a few things to do, and then I'll come help until I need to leave.
'Tis not necessary.
I'll walk you out.
She followed, and he stopped on the back porch before turning to her. This morn, part of the charm of this place was from knowing ye were inside, asleep and dreaming. He lifted a hand and cupped her cheek. Her heart stuttered in her chest. He ran his thumb over her lips, and she shivered, unable to look away from the rapt expression on his handsome, beloved face. Ye make it easy to yearn, even when I know such things are beyond me. His eyes grew hooded. But you're mine today, are you not? Before she could gather her wits, he bent to kiss her. When their lips touched, his softer than velvet, but hotter than she would have imagined, she melted against him, her hands grasping his shoulders, then sliding to his chest as he gathered her close. He couldn't kiss her like this, couldn't hold her like this, if it didn't mean something, could he? She didn't want to be hurt again. Part of her thought this was crazy, these intense emotions springing so quickly between them. But another part of her thought she'd be crazy if she didn't grab hold of what she wanted with both hands. She just needed to believe in magic. An hour later she hadn't really helped Kenrick with the shed all that much, but it was fun being with him, fetching him tools and flirting. She glanced at her phone.
I have to work a 3-hour shift at the clinic. Do you want to stay here? Or you could come with me, but it probably would be boring. There's a TV you could watch in the lobby, but...
I'll go with you. Pleasure rippled through her.
Are you sure? We have magazines, too. Too bad you can't drive, or you could take the truck and pick me up later.
I will stay with you. He seemed pretty adamant, and since she wanted him with her, well, okay. If he got bored, he was a big boy and could figure it out. He could always take a walk around the pond in the back.
All right, let's go then.
They drove to the clinic, and Kenrick seemed very interested in the sights along the way. He really seemed to like the truck, but was also fascinated with the occasional semi-truck passing by on the freeway.
So you're a truck man, huh?
He watched with interest as another one blew past. I suppose I am. I've not seen these big vehicles in Scotland. They arrived at the clinic, and she settled Kenrick in a chair, presented him with the TV remote control and a stack of magazines before retreating into the back. She took care of 2 cats, a dog, and in between appointments noted Kenrick was in and out of the building. He was looking around and even chatting with some of the pet owners, charming them too if the laughter was anything to go by. A pretty girl holding a chihuahua seemed particularly interested in talking to him, and Allison moved the girl's appointment in front of another customer's, quickly taking the girl and her dog into the back room. Even as she did it, she knew she was being jealous and possessive, but she didn't care. She'd met Kenrick first, and she wasn't going to let some other girl swoop in and snatch him away. Because of the way she'd lost Isaac? She didn't think so. More likely because of Kenrick. The man did something to her, made her want to latch on to him and keep him close. After she'd given the dog its shots, she walked the flirtatious blonde out so she couldn't talk to Kenrick alone. Yep, definitely possessive.
I have a short break now.
She sat down next to Kenrick.
Are you doing okay?
He nodded. Don't fash, I'm doing fine.
Great.
Carter came out, saw her sitting there and strode over. What are you doing?
Taking a short break.
We've had a new shipment come in that needs to be inventoried. I don't pay you to dally, so get off your butt and do your job. Her mouth dropped and she flushed and jerkily stood.
I'll get right on that.
Kenrick stood, snatched Carter by the collar and yanked him close. I'll not have you talking to Allison in such a manner. Carter wrenched away from Kenrick, looked at Allison, then back at Kenrick. Are you kidding me? You bring your boyfriend in here to intimidate me. Do you want to be fired? Kenrick reached for Carter again, and Allison quickly grabbed his hand and stepped between the 2 men.
I'm sorry. Give me a few minutes and I'll be in the back.
See that you are, Carter said grumpily, as he shot Kenrick a glare and quickly left the room. As soon as Carter was out of sight, Allison turned to Kenrick.
What was that about?
He should not speak to ye in such a fashion.
He's my boss. He can talk to me however he wants.
Not in my presence. She drew in a shaky breath. His protectiveness did funny things to her insides, and maybe she even liked it, but he couldn't talk to Carter that way.
Perhaps you should wait in the truck. I won't be too much longer.
He shook his head. She threw up her arms.
Fine. Wait here, by yourself.
She lowered her voice.
But if you try talking to my boss again, you're gonna get me fired.
Regardless of what Carter said, she was taking a short break. She glanced at the receptionist.
Cindy, if anyone asks, I'll be right back. Sounds good.
Without a backward glance, she left the clinic. Chapter 9. She headed out the doors and took her favourite path around the side of the building. It led through some trees and down to a small pond. A walk around the pretty area would allow her to calm down a bit. When she made it to the trees, she finally glanced over her shoulder, both relieved and irritated to note Kenrick was following her. She waited for him to catch up.
What are you doing?
He turned his face away, and she could see he didn't want to answer.
Kenrick, I told you I would be right back.
'Tis my job to see you safe. She glanced around.
Safe from what?
He shrugged. She took a breath.
Look, I don't know what you thought you were doing talking to my boss like that. The last thing I want to do is lose my job.
He shrugged. I did not like the way he spoke to ye.
I didn't like it either, but I have to put up with it because he's my boss. Besides, he's going through a rough patch at the moment, so I'm kind of giving the guy a break.
Kenrick glanced back at the building, and if looks could kill, Carter would already be dead. Fine. Her Highlander refused to understand, and she was still too upset to stand there and explain it to him.
I'm just going to walk around the pond, and then I'll be back.
She started to walk again, and when she looked over her shoulder, he was following once more. She stopped and faced him.
What are you doing?
He clasped his hands in front of him and simply looked out over the pond again.
Stop following me, I mean it.
She started on the trail again. He followed. She started walking faster. He kept pace, staying about 20 feet behind her. She would not lose her temper. As she hit a patch of trees, her fast walk turned into a run. It was childish, but the guy wouldn't listen to her. When she glanced over her shoulder, he was still keeping pace. She stopped, took a deep breath, and walked back toward him. As she passed him, he ducked his head, but she saw his uncertainty and stopped. It wasn't his fault he was such a guy. They were made that way. At least some of them were. She turned around again to see him facing her, watchful. She held out her hand.
I'm sorry. I'm being kind of a beast, aren't I?
Careful, he reached for her hand, and she clasped it within her own, and they headed back up toward the clinic.
Look, just don't talk to my boss again, okay? I really like this job, and I did just take out a mortgage payment, so I pretty much need it.
He should not talk to you in such a fashion.
I thought you were going to hit him or something.
He didn't say anything.
Look, as a veterinarian, I've seen a lot of abused animals. That's a case of the strong not protecting the weak. The situation with my boss, it isn't the same at all.
If he treats you with respect, he'll have naught to worry about. He meant it. He wasn't backing down on this.
I'll tell you what. The next time he talks to me that way, I'll stop him. Not you. Me, all right?
He hesitated, then nodded, which pretty much meant he'd do whatever he saw fit. Maybe the best idea would just be to keep the two of them separated. If she stayed in the back room, then Kenrick wouldn't see them talking, and it wouldn't be an issue. She sighed. It wasn't like Kenrick's overprotectiveness was such a bad thing. The part of her that was simply pure woman thrilled to the fact he was such a man, but that was the part that didn't have to pay the mortgage. Impulsively, she stopped him.
Kenrick, I really like you. I know you're doing me a favor and only planning to stay for the weekend, but do you think that maybe we could still see each other after? I mean, date?
Can he see you, lass? She breathed in deeply. She'd sort of expected him to say that, but hoped he wouldn't.
Oh, no, that's okay. I mean, of course you can't stay. What was I thinking?
She turned away, but he caught her by the shoulders. Understand me, if I could stay, I would. Nothing would keep me from ye if I had but the choice. Her words gave her new hope, but when she turned, the closed expression on his face gave her none.
I guess I'll just hope you'll change your mind.
He looked agonized. 'Tis not my mind, sweet lass, that requires changing. 'Tis beyond my control. Minutes later, he opened the clinic door for her. Her heart ached. Why hadn't she kept her desperate pleas for attention and permanence to herself? Did she have to embarrass herself by begging? She couldn't look directly at him.
I'll get my work done as quickly as possible and we can get out of here. In the meantime, just relax, all right?
His jaw tightened as he glanced around the waiting area, but he nodded. Was he upset about Carter, or about rejecting her outright? Either way, it was probably the best she was going to get. She headed into the back room, and her spine stiffened. She wasn't giving up on him so easily. They'd think of something, some way to be together. She'd make sure of it. Carter found her unpacking a box of medical supplies, and she froze up, hoping Kenrick hadn't spoken to the man again. Or worse. So, just to be clear, you did put the dog down, right? Allison could feel her throat tense, and she swallowed before nodding. She glanced at Carter and tried to keep her expression blank as she opened her eyes wide, trying to look as innocent as possible.
Of course.
His gaze turned suspicious. You're sure?
Of course I am.
Okay. He turned away, then back again. Look, I know I haven't been easy to get along with lately. The divorce has been, well, it's been hard. But my attitude aside, there are some animals you just can't save. Just like you can't save a nasty, snarling marriage. He hesitated for a moment. But I should have done it myself, and not left it to you.
It's all right, I understand.
She went back to work and heard him finally move away. She knew he was right and that some animals couldn't be saved, but Bonnie wasn't one of them. Allison was just sprinkling a bit more paprika on top of the potato salad when there was a knock at the door.
Just a minute,
she called out and pressed the lid into place. She heard the door open, followed by a familiar voice.
Hello? Tara, I'm in the kitchen.
She heard Tara's bracelets before she saw her, and her friend floated into the room, a vision in tight capri, a see-through lace top with a pink undershirt, and even more jewellery than usual. Her long, dark hair was done up on top with a big, pink Gerbera daisy stuck on one side. She wore tons of makeup and a brilliant smile.
You look gorgeous. Do you like the hair? I was going to wear my favorite cowgirl hat, but it felt like a flower kind of day.
Lips curving, Allison winked.
Good choice. I wondered if you were coming today. I practically grew up at your house. Everyone would be confused if I didn't show. Besides, no way would I let you face the stairs yourself. Thanks. So you're planning to stay away from Nathan? Nope. Good. It'll give everyone something else to talk about.
Allison took a breath.
I haven't had the chance to let you know what's been going on over here.
Tara spun, brows raised.
Good or bad? Definitely good.
Tara grinned.
So, spill. What's been going on?
Just then, a newly showered Kenrick walked into the kitchen in his freshly laundered shirt and brushed kilt. Tara put a hand to her chest and gaped. She looked him over, up and down, and giggled.
Well, well, who do we have here? Yeah, that's who I wanted to talk to you about.
Tara threw her head back and laughed.
Are you kidding me? This has been going on over here and I was not the first person to know? It's not like that.
She looked between the two of them.
Uh-huh. Spill. Now. After we left the skate park the other night. You mean after you wished upon the star?
She sort of cringed a little bit as Kenrick's brows rose.
Yes, whatever. After I made the wish upon the star on the way to the clinic, I might have run over Kenrick. You mean you ran into Kenrick? No, I mean I hit him with my truck.
She shared a look with Kenrick, and his smile washed over her.
He came out of nowhere and he wouldn't go to the hospital, so I brought him home with me. So, what you're saying is after you wished upon a star, he dropped out of nowhere and you kept this information to yourself?
Allison opened her mouth to come up with a better explanation, then finally nodded her head once.
Yes.
Tara mock punched her in the shoulder.
Way to go, girlfriend.
Allison laughed. She could always count on Tara to say the unexpected.
So introduce us already? Tara, this is Kenrick Macfie. Kenrick, this is my best friend in the entire world, Tara Romano.
Tara held out her hand, and when Kenrick took it in his, she smiled and said,
How do you do?
Allison groaned, not at the words, but at the suggestive way she said them.
The two of you wouldn't happen to be engaged, would you?
Allison rubbed her neck.
As a matter of fact.
Tara gaped, then howled with laughter, bending over to hold on to one of the kitchen chairs.
Oh my gosh, this is too good to be true.
Allison crossed her arms and propped a hip against the counter, showing mock anger, but actually feeling light-hearted and hopeful. Tara would give her good advice. She'd help her keep Kenrick.
Are you done yet?
The laughter stopped, but she was still grinning.
Okay, don't worry, I have your back. Anybody asks questions, I have known all about this relationship and thoroughly approve.
She eyed Kenrick.
Did Allison happen to mention I'm a witch?
A witch? Kenrick looked impressed rather than disbelieving, and Allison couldn't help but remember his belief in fairies. She still wasn't sure if he'd been serious or not.
Yes, a witch. Well, a witch in training anyway. A white one, in case you were worried.
I know a good witch when I see one. Tara preened, and Allison couldn't help but be impressed. The man got along well with dogs, kids, and witches. Tara turned to look at her.
Now do you believe? In what? Witches or shooting stars? Both. How would I dare argue? Now you finish getting ready while I question this delicious man you're intent upon marrying.
She had that right. As Allison headed out of the room, she smiled at Kenrick.
I just want to apologize in advance for what you're about to go through.
When he laughed, she grinned back at him and went to check her hair. Today, she needed to look her very best, for more reasons than one. Chapter 10.
I have some questions for you.
Kenrick swallowed nervously, having no doubt he needed to impress the woman before him if he wanted her to speak well of him to Allison, and that mattered to him. He might not be able to say, but he did want to be missed by someone when he was gone. This time, mayhap his beloved would think of him upon occasion and remember him kindly. Tara pointed to a chair, and he sat himself down. She gracefully sank across from him and studied him.
Now about those questions.
I will answer them to the best of my ability, he promised. She pinned him down with a piercing gaze.
I don't want lies now, you hear?
Solemn, he nodded.
Where are you from?
Scotland.
Why are you here?
The woman didn't hesitate to get to the heart of the matter, did she? And he found himself wanting to answer. He'd not have the guts to lie to a witch regardless. I believe I've been sent to assist Allison. That seemed to please the witch very much.
You won't hurt her, will you?
On my honour, I'd do naught to harm Allison. He felt a pang of guilt as he said it. Would kissing the girl sense this and then leaving her afterward constitute hurt? Surely not. She'd only known him for 2 or 3 days. While his heart was engaging for the first time in centuries, opening up and letting Allison in, he was certain she'd not feel the same in such a short amount of time. Hopefully she'd miss him, if only for a bit, but he didn't believe any real damage was at hand.
Do you have a girlfriend or a fiancé, wife?
Nay, not beyond Allison. Again, the witch looked pleased.
So you like Allison?
Very much.
She's told you about her ex-fiancé and her sister?
He nodded. Aye, we spoke to them last night in the town. Tara's mouth dropped.
Did you punch him?
He smiled. I'd like to have, but the man caused no offence as he stood by like a dullard. Allison and her sister had words.
Sounds about right. If you're not talking about him, he has nothing to say on any other subject.
He liked the witch very much. She seemed quite insightful.
So, what did you say? Between the two of us, we can make sure Allison has a lot of fun at this picnic.
'Tis my goal. They smiled at each other, and Kenrick felt they'd come to an understanding. They both loved Allison, and neither wanted her hurt this day. They'd both make sure that didn't happen. They rode to the reunion together in Allison's truck, and when they arrived, Tara jumped out first. Allison was quick to place her potato salad on a table, groaning with food. Nearby, family members gathered under the covered area, chatting and sitting across from each other at cloth-covered picnic tables. Aunts, uncles, cousins. It was good to see everyone, and when Allison realised Linny wasn't there yet, she felt her spirits lift. She recognised other family members playing frisbee or soccer. Still more gathered on the basketball court, shooting hoops. Maybe they could just sneak away to play sports and avoid the interrogation sure to follow. Her mother quickly waved her over, squashing the fleeting hope. She gathered Allison in a quick hug, then glanced past her, her gaze falling on Kenrick.
Hi, sweetie. I'm so glad you made it. Who's your friend?
Allison heaved an internal sigh. So much for sneaking away. She couldn't help but catch the blossoming hope and wonder in her mother's gaze.
This is my fiancé, Kenrick Macfie. Kenrick, these are my parents, Rebecca and Yancey King.
Her parents stood side by side, a united front. Her mother's hand shot forward toward Kenrick as she gave him a 1,000-watt smile.
It's so nice to meet you.
As both her parents murmured, they looked him over, glanced at each other, and smiled at Allison. He's from Scotland, her father asked.
He is.
Her father made a disapproving noise in his throat, while her mother placed a hand to her chest.
I've never been to Scotland before, but I've heard it's beautiful.
Kenrick stepped forward, his eyes twinkling at the mention of his home. Aye, 'tis breathtaking. 'Tis my first time in Texas, and 'tis a fine place to live as well. Her mother giggled like a girl.
Your accent is beyond anything.
Kenrick seemed at a loss, and Allison suppressed a smile. Her father lifted his chin, ready to put Kenrick through his paces. Well, what brings you to Texas, boy? Allison does.
Please don't tell me you met on one of those awful dating websites.
Her mother looked horrified. Allison knew a good opening when she heard one.
Yes, we did, actually. It's a great way to meet new people.
Her mother groaned.
Oh, Allison, really?
Kenrick looked confused, but Tara took up the story thread instantly.
Oh, yes. I've met people from all over the world on a couple of different dating websites. I'm talking to a guy who just got out of prison. I'm going to be meeting up with him soon.
Tara laughed as horror crossed the older woman's features.
It's a fun way to meet people.
Tara Romano, I bet that musician you were dating is going to look pretty good to your parents after they hear what you're up to, Yancey said darkly. He glared at Kenrick. So, what do you do for a living?
He's between jobs at the moment.
Allison was quick to answer.
So he's helping me out at my place.
Yancey snorted. On the dole, are you?
The dole?
Isn't that what they call welfare over there?
He was in the military, Daddy.
At that, Yancey lost some of his attitude. A veteran? Well, why didn't you say so? Afghanistan or Iraq?
He was stationed in Scotland.
Well, it's true that not everyone can see action. Someone has to stay home and guard the home front, don't they? I won't hold that against you, boy. As all us veterans know, We go where we're called." Kenrick nodded. "That is the truth of it." At that point, 2 of her aunts and 3 of her cousins sidled closer, and she introduced Kenrick to more of the family.
Tell us about your mom and dad.
Rebecca pressed after the introductions. "They've both passed on." Rebecca's hand flew to her mouth.
Oh, I'm so sorry. That about breaks my heart. Let's get you a cookie while we're waiting for lunch to start.
Rebecca hustled him over for food, and Tara leaned close to Allison's ear.
That sure didn't take long.
Allison nodded.
I know, right? He makes a good first impression.
Tara watched as the older ladies and some of the younger ones fussed over him.
That he does. That he does. I think it's the muscled calves myself.
Just then, Kenrick glanced up and saw her watching him. He held her gaze, looking at her across the distance, and his expression instantly softened. The look on his face, soft and intimate, was just for her. For a moment, the crowd faded away, and it was just the 2 of them. The slight smile, the way his mouth lifted at one corner, all for her. Somehow, she was going to keep this guy. She didn't know how, but he was definitely hers, and she wasn't giving him up.
All right, everyone.
Aunt Laura called.
Time to play water baseball.
As cheers erupted, Allison hurried forward to rescue Kenrick from her mother. She took him firmly by the arm, laying further claim to him, and was one of the first to stand in line. Her aunt had set out 4 small swimming pools for the bases. A plastic baseball bat and a large plastic ball floated at home base. Allison turned to Kenrick.
Do you want to go first?
"I've never done this before."
Let me guess. They don't have baseball in Scotland.
He grinned at her. "Golf, or so I've heard anyway. Ladies first."
I don't think so.
Her cousin Jess pointed at the 2 of them.
Couples are on opposing teams.
Kenrick's grin widened as he followed instructions and went to stand by second base. After the pitch, Allison easily hit the lightweight ball, and her Aunt Cathy picked it up and chucked it to first base. Too late. Allison easily made it to the first base pool with a split second to spare. She met Kenrick's gaze over second base, and he narrowed his eyes. He turned to one of the girls standing near him. "So I'm to stop her from getting to this pool?"
Yes.
Her cousin Sherry responded.
Touch her with the ball. Whatever you do, don't let her get in your pool.
Allison grinned at Kenrick's determined expression. After the next ball was hit, she ran for all she was worth toward his pool. He ignored the ball that was tossed to him and surged forward to grab hold of her. Allison screamed as he easily lifted her up and swung her around. She fought to get down, but he gripped her about the waist, so she tried to slither instead, having limited success as she dropped to the ground and tried to crawl. On the ground himself, he had a hold of her leg.
Cheater.
She could barely get the word out as she choked on laughter. "You want in my pool?" She reached for it, inching forward as he yanked her back.
Yes, let me go.
He rolled, scooped her up, and walked toward the water. He started to lower her.
No, help! He's cheating! This isn't how you play.
"'Tis how it's played in Scotland."
Liar, you don't even play this in Scotland.
He was laughing as he lowered her further, and she tried to climb over his shoulder. Her relatives cheered him on as he dropped into the water, taking her with him.
Ah, you're such a cheater.
She scooped water and threw it in his face. He quickly retaliated, and soon it was a free-for-all, with both of them flinging what was left of the water at each other. "Do ye concede?" She splashed him again.
Never.
The water in the pool was almost gone, so he picked her up and hauled her toward third base. She screamed.
No. All right, I concede.
They were both laughing as he finally let her go, lowering her toward the ground. She jerked away and ran a few feet from him.
I can see that you're a jerk and can promise I will get even with you for this.
He bowed his head slightly. I'll look forward to the battle, lass. Laughing, she went back to second base to try again.
Aunt Laura, I don't think he understands the game. Maybe you should put him at shortstop.
Her aunt shook her head, laughing.
No, I think he understands the game just fine.
With her cousin Debbie's permission, he took over third base, his posture defensive, his gaze fixed on Allison once more. She chuckled. This was going to be a long game. Kenrick watched Allison as she played the game. She was so much fun, laughed easily in a way his wife never had, and he loved to be her reason. When he considered having to leave her, and soon at that, his heart actually ached in his chest. He would take as much of this fun as he could get. He'd play with her as much as he could, save up the memories and hopefully be able to take them with him. He'd certainly had plenty of memories to mull over when he'd been in Culloden Moor, most of them painful and filled with regret. So why wouldn't he be able to take these joyful memories as well? Memories of warmth, smiles, laughter, appreciation, hope. The girl was pure magic. If he was ever cold again, the way he'd been on the moor for years, then decades, then centuries, at least he'd have her name and face to remember. To warm his heart. Aye, he'd gratefully take as much of this as he could get. Chapter 11.
Heads up at 3 o'clock,
Tara instructed. Allison looked to her right to see her sister crossing the park, hand in hand with Isaac.
It's okay. I knew this was going to happen.
She stopped on the grassy field, reluctant to join everyone dishing up plates of food. Tara rolled her eyes, but gently placed her hand on Allison's arm.
I know that you knew. It's a little different when it's actually happening.
Allison glanced around to see some of her relatives looking between her and her sister, as if to be the first to catch her reaction. She kept her face carefully blank.
Besides, now that everyone's met Kenrick, instead of feeling sorry for you, they'll be thinking you're the one with the better catch. That's the plan.
Allison glanced over to where Kenrick was being tutored in the finer points of soccer. The teens, shocked that he'd never heard of the game, insisted on teaching him the basics. She wasn't sure if he was doing well or bad, but there was a lot of laughter. She considered joining him, anchoring herself to his side for the coming confrontation, but decided he'd done enough. Almost as if he could feel her gaze upon him, he turned and smiled at her. She couldn't help but smile back, and her heart did a little somersault. Somehow her picky family had easily accepted him. They believed their relationship was real, and she wished with all her heart it was. That they actually had met online, and she'd introduced him as her real fiancé. Tara squared her shoulders, presenting a united front with Allison.
Here they come.
Allison was surprised to see her sister and the toad make a direct beeline for her.
Do not leave me,
she said from the corner of her mouth. Tara snorted.
Don't even worry about that. I'm not going anywhere. Do you want me to get Kenrick? No, he got it in the neck last night. Hopefully Lenny wants to play kiss and make up, at least in front of everyone else.
It would be easier this way, less embarrassing. Everyone was watching, waiting to see what would happen. Dinner and a show, but at least they were off by themselves, and it would be semi-private. Tara gave her arm a squeeze, letting her silently know she had her back. As Lenny and Isaac drew nearer, Allison couldn't help but straighten her shoulders. Was it her imagination, or was there actually a hush in the crowd? Then everyone started talking at once as Lenny faced off with Allison. Linny's tight face pretty much said it all. This was going to get ugly.
You know what? Me and Isaac have been talking. Be careful, Linny.
Tara inserted.
Things aren't going to go well for you if you attack Allison.
Allison could have told Tara not to waste her breath. She knew that look on Linny's face. Linny wouldn't stop until she'd said what she came to say. Behind Linny, she could hear her parents shoot up off their bench. Linny's finger lifted.
After we saw the two of you yesterday, it finally occurred to us what's been going on. You've been over here letting everybody feel sorry for you. And this whole time you had another guy on the side, didn't you? You didn't even care that I stole Isaac from you, did you? This whole time you've been letting us feel bad, while you haven't had so much as a sliver of pain in your heart. Admit it. You think you have it all figured out, don't you?
Allison's temper rose as Linny put her own spin on this thing, and did so in front of every relative on their mother's side of the family.
How long has this thing with the Scottish guy been going on, Allison?
Now, Linny! Her father finally arrived and tried to intervene.
Don't you now, Linny, me. My sister's been playing away, and I've been taking grief from every member of this family, and she doesn't even care about Isaac. At least be honest.
Allison opened her mouth to defend herself, but what was she supposed to say? That she had loved Isaac, had thought to be with him forever, that it had broken her heart when her sister had stolen him away. Did she really want to look that pathetic in front of everybody? Again? Did she even believe it anymore? Her sister had already taken a lot from her. Her fiancé, self-esteem, the family. She had no idea what Allison had been going through this entire time. Now she wanted her to stand here and argue her case.
You know what, Linny? Think what you want.
She turned and strode away.
Yeah, think what you want, Linny,
Tara said, her voice scathing.
Try and spin this so that you come out all innocent and roses. As if you could. You know what?
Allison heard Tara backing her up, and had never been so grateful for anyone's support. She could hear her parents start in on Linny, could hear Linny burst into tears, and she just kept walking. It took her a moment to realise she was walking toward Kenrick. The guy was like a beacon. How, in just a short couple of days, had he managed to turn from someone she ran into to someone she ran to? Kenrick looked up from the new game he was playing and saw Allison approaching. It took him one glance to see she was upset, and then another one beyond her to note the reason. Her sister and the toad. The two of them had obviously upset her again, and Kenrick wanted to kick himself for not being there when she needed him. That had been his entire purpose after all, and he'd messed it up. Why couldn't he ever get anything right? With a wave to the boys, he headed off the field to intercept Allison. "Are you all right, lass?" She nodded and gave him a weak smile.
Oh, sure. Family reunions. All fun, all the time.
Kenrick wrapped his arm around her shoulders as Tara arrived and started to tell him what happened. Allison cut her friend short.
No, Tara. It's not that big a deal. Let's just let it go. Eat some yummy food and get out of here as fast as we can. What do you say?
Tara's brows drew together.
Why do you let her get away with things like this? What am I going to do? Fight for a guy I don't even want anymore?
That pinched Kenrick raw. "Nay, I'll not have you doing that. You're with me now." The man should have been beneath her notice entirely, and the fact he'd hurt her made him want to punch things. He glanced at Isaac, standing slightly back from Linny and her parents, not saying a word as anger and confusion roiled through the group. Kenrick's body seemed to tighten as anger flooded him. "I think I'll just have myself a wee chat with the man." Allison grabbed his arm.
No.
He gently twisted away. "Doon't fuss yourself, little love. I'll do it away from your parents. None need know what I've to say to him. 'Twill stay betwixt ourselves.
Let's just let it go. Aren't you hungry? The ladies in my family can cook, let me tell you.
Allison sounded slightly desperate. But a word, lass.
No.
For the second time he pried her grip off his arm and strode toward Isaac. He glanced back and was gratified to see Tara keeping Allison at her side. This was his good deed to do, and he'd serve it as he saw fit. He stopped in front of the smaller male and tilted his head. "Follow me, Toad. A word, if you please." Isaac puffed up like his namesake. "Are you talking to me?" "Are you blind, man? Use your wits and look about. You'll soon see you're the one I'm looking at, will you know?" Isaac turned to look at Linny. "Can you believe this guy?" "Now, if you will, else call yourself a coward." "Boys," Yancey said in a stern voice, but Kenrick never looked away from Isaac. "Will be but a moment." He turned and walked away, counting on the man to follow, certain the man sported at least a bit of pride. He wasn't disappointed as he heard boots scuffing across the pavement of the basketball court until they hit the grass behind them. Kenrick walked a short distance away, then turned to face the man. "I'll not have you upsetting Allison any more. Do you hear?" "You'll not have—" The man stuck his chin out, tempting a fist to his jaw. "I don't care what you'll have, do I?" "You're intent upon causing trouble, then, are ye?" The smaller man settled into a smirk. "It really must bug you, huh? Seeing as you're engaged and all. The way Allison can't quite seem to forget me. Does she talk about me all the time? Say my name in her sleep? Or is it my kisses she's missing?" Kenrick chuckled. "Aye, man, we do talk about ye, and that's the truth." The smaller man smiled smugly. Kenrick let his smile broaden tauntingly. "'Tis been quite amusing, actually. I'd not heard that men come as soft as ye do, and in so many different ways." Isaac's pretty boy face darkened. "What's that supposed to mean?" "Take it however you will. Just know that I'm surprised even her sister is content with such." Isaac's fists clenched. "If you're talking about what I think you're talking about, then Allison's a liar. We never did any of that. She was too much of a prude and insisted on waiting for marriage. So if you're saying she let you get past third base, you're full of it, buddy." Taunting smile in place, Kenrick leaned forward conspiratorially, his newfound knowledge of baseball serving him well. "Whereas with her sister, I've no doubt you've gotten to third base and beyond." Isaac's fist shot out and hit Kenrick in the cheek. Finally. Kenrick laughed at the paltry strike and wasted no time battering the man, first with a left to the man's filthy mouth, and then with a hard right to his nose. The crunch was most satisfying. If it healed crooked, Kenrick would consider the deed doubly blessed. Isaac was screaming before he hit the ground. Kenrick stood above him and rubbed his fist, though it did not hurt as much as he would have thought. The man was truly soft all over. Allison came running and gave him a look of horror.
Why did you do that? You told me you wouldn't do that. How am I supposed to trust you?
She fell to her knees before the fallen man and fussed over him. She didn't trust him. That hurt. He'd only thought to defend her and to right past wrongs. 'Twas but a paltry quarrel between men, nothing more.
You can't hurt those weaker than yourself. You just can't do that, Kenrick.
Oh, aye then. How had he forgotten that Allison patched up animals for a living? She didn't like to see the weak get hurt, and now she didn't trust him. Chapter 12.
Seriously, I just can't believe you hit him.
Kenrick winced. Isaac lay moaning on the ground, his hand covering his bleeding nose as he arched his back and rocked back and forth dramatically. The man should have taken to the stage. Kenrick wanted to snatch his girl away, but Allison hovered her hands over Isaac's face as if unsure how to help. Only time would heal a split lip and broken nose. He would know. She turned her head to glare at him, and Kenrick found himself glaring down at the injured man in turn, his lip curled in disgust.
Are you kidding me right now? This is not okay. Why would you do this?
Kenrick's chin jutted. If a man does not wish to fight, he should not be the first to strike. He felt a little better when Allison searched his face, and no doubt saw the redness there. He didn't bother to admit he'd goaded the other man to strike him a purpose so he could feel justified in returning the attack. She didn't look impressed.
I don't see any injuries.
Kenrick rubbed his face, but couldn't find any soreness. The toad truly was worthless, wasn't he? Allison's sister arrived, took one look at the man laid out on the ground, and gave a little scream.
What have you done to him?
Isaac glared at Kenrick, petulant. He hit me twice.
Isaac hit Kenrick first.
Allison was quick to insert. Kenrick felt tension release from his body. That she would take up for him meant much. The sister, Linny, glared at Allison.
He's not yours anymore, so get away from him.
Allison stood and stepped back from the man, and that suited Kenrick well. Linny glared up at him.
Just so you're aware, we will be pressing charges.
Kenrick had no idea what she was talking about and held his hand out to Allison. She grasped it and searched his expression. If she was looking for any kind of remorse, she was going to have to search for a very long time, though he was sorry for distressing her. He tucked her under his arm and walked away from the two on the ground. Behind him he could hear Allison's parents exclaiming, and a moment later felt a hand on his shoulder stopping him. He quickly let go of Allison and turned. It was Allison's brother, Nathan. Sorry, bud, but you're gonna have to come with me. Allison shoved at her brother's shoulder.
What are you doing, Nathan?
In this city, you can't go around hitting people whenever you feel like it.
Isaac hit him first.
I don't see injuries. Our boy here is military and trained in hand-to-hand combat. Isaac is obviously not. Do you see the difference? Allison glanced down.
No, I don't.
I do. Yancey joined them, looking disappointed. Kenrick did as well. He tried to dredge some sort of remorse for his actions, but considering the hurt the weaker man had caused Allison, all he found was satisfaction. Nathan gave him a push toward the cars, and Kenrick went with him, not wanting to cause further distress.
So what? You're just going to arrest him?
His heart lightened to hear Allison take up for him once more. I'm just taking him in until he calms down.
He's calm now.
Allison, trust me on this. If she wished it, Kenrick knew he could fight her brother off. He watched her glance back at Isaac, and when she looked at him again, could still see disappointment in her face.
All right, just go, Kenrick. I'll see you later.
He remained motionless, more let down than he cared to acknowledge. You wish me to leave?
Maybe it's for the best. Maybe I shouldn't have gotten you involved in all of this.
He swallowed painfully, a despairing sinking of his stomach making him feel sick. He'd heard similar words before, hadn't he? When he'd left for war, his wife had considered it for the best. She'd wasted no time finding another man, a better man. Is that what Allison wanted? Had he disappointed her so much she wanted to see the last of him before he had to leave? When Nathan tugged at his shoulder again, this time he simply turned, a strange, numb feeling invading him. Let's go, buddy. Pushing back the hurt, he shrugged the other man's hand off his shoulder. Fine by me. Tara joined her, concern in her expression.
You okay? I guess. Don't worry. I'll go after them and make sure it's all good.
Allison sighed and handed Tara her keys.
Thanks. Family reunions, huh? What a joke.
Allison watched Nathan haul Kenrick away with an equal measure of relief and worry. Then she glanced at the mess that was her family. Linny was crying now. Of course she was. And accusing Kenrick and Allison of all sorts of conspiracies as their parents tried to console her and clean Isaac up. Nathan taking Kenrick away from all this was for the best, she assured herself. Certainly less incendiary and less embarrassing for all concerned, especially her. She didn't want him thinking poorly of her and her family. She blew out a breath and walked over to the group and glared down at Isaac. "What?" he snarled.
You started this and you know it.
The petulant look that was never far from his face sank into deep lines of sulkiness. "He didn't have to hit me so hard, did he?"
I don't think he can help it. He has hard fists.
Isaac looked down at his own hand and shook it out. "His face is hard, too."
So you admit you started it.
"He wanted me to hit him."
But you did, right?
He glared. "You know, Allison, you have to take the blame for your part in this, too."
My part? Yes.
Linny jumped in.
You've just loved everyone in the entire family feeling sorry for you, haven't you?
"Now, that's hardly fair." Her father shook his head.
No, it is fair. If she ever loved him to begin with, that would be one thing. But how broken-hearted can she be when she immediately picked up another fiancé?
"Not very." Isaac actually had the nerve to sound disgusted. No matter what she said, she couldn't win. If she stuck with whirlwind romance, she looked fickle. If she admitted she barely met Kenrick and had faked the entire engagement to save face, then she looked pathetic. It irked her that her sister was trying to wiggle out of taking responsibility for stealing her crappy, lame fiancé, like it didn't mean a thing, and she was somehow justified. Had she loved Isaac? She looked at him, sitting on the ground, playing the moment for all it was worth, and realized all she felt was relief that he wasn't her problem. Linny could have him, and she meant that with all of her heart. But she did want Linny to feel bad for stabbing her in the back. She looked at her sister, at the emotion in her face, and believed for the first time that maybe her sister really did love the toad.
Just admit it, Allison.
Linny glared.
If I do, if I let you off the hook for being such a crappy sister, then I'd better not hear any more talk about pressing charges against my fiancé for assault.
Isaac jumped to his feet and wrapped an arm around Linny. "Dan, if you'll forgive me and Linny, and if you won't call me the toad anymore, I won't press charges against your boyfriend."
Fiancé.
Her eyes narrowed. What a toad. She glanced at her hopeful parents, who hated the contention this had caused in the family.
Just so we're clear, the charges wouldn't stick anyway. You started it.
Isaac and Linny looked hopeful too. They'd certainly wronged her, no matter how they wanted to come out of this smelling like roses, and she knew her sister was worried about her wedding day being ruined. There was a deep well of resentment over what they'd done. They deserved every bit of the scorn anyone cared to heap upon them. Still, she didn't want anyone's pity, and she was ready to let go of her anger.
All right, it's a deal. It turns out you did me a favor anyway,
she stressed. Their mother gave both girls a hug and then encouraged everyone to get back to eating, playing, activities, family. Allison gave Linny and Isaac a nod, then turned on her toe and walked away. Really, what else was there to say? By the time they made it to the police station, Kenrick had regained some of his equilibrium. As he looked around at the hustle and bustle, Nathan was telling him, "I like you. I do." He was friendly, and perhaps a bit discomforted. At least Kenrick hoped he was. The man deserved to feel sheepish after the way he'd overreacted. Nathan kept his hand upon Kenrick's shoulder as he led him past desks surrounded by people in what he'd called the police station. And I happen to think you and my sister make a great couple. But the thing is, I know my sister. She's going to need a minute to calm down about all of this and think it through. So we'll just give her a bit of time. Comprende?" Kenrick grunted. He should never have gone with the man. A few hurt feelings and off he'd sulked like a child. "You'll only be here a couple of hours, tops. The reunion will be over and you two can kiss and make up. How's that?" "A few hours." Kenrick looked out a window at the bright sunny day, and it hit him that Sonny could show up at any time. A jumble of emotion twisted in his chest: anger, fear, frustration. Nathan pushed him through a door and toward a jail cell as he stumbled a purpose, trying to buy more time. To think. 'Twas but a scuffle and a few tears. You're locking me away for such. Just until you calm down. Kenrick frowned. "I am calm." Even as he said the words, he knew he wasn't. He'd been in Texas almost 2 complete days now. Surely the witch would come for him soon. Would Sonny think he'd accomplished the task she'd set for him? Had he done his good deed? What if Sonny found him in a cell rather than doing his duty? Might she believe he'd done naught? Anyway, he didn't want to go. He needed to see Allison again. He couldn't let Nathan lock him in. Nathan's hand at his back urged him toward an empty cell, but Kenrick balked. "I can't let you lock me in here." He tried to move around the man. Nathan, all traces of apology erased from his face, blocked his path. "And I can't let you leave." Kenrick pushed past and only made it a few feet when Nathan grabbed him from behind by the shoulders and pulled. Kenrick stumbled back. He twisted his body to get away from Nathan until the 2 men were facing each other. "Apologies, Nathan, but you'll not be locking me away after all." A scuffle ensued, and Kenrick considered breaking the other man's arm, his knee, or even his nose, but wasn't willing to seriously hurt Allison's brother. If she was upset by the toad's injuries, he could only imagine how she'd feel if her beloved brother were harmed. Kenrick shoved the other man off and backed a pace. "You don't understand. I can't be locked away here. I don't have much time left." Nathan was breathing hard. "Buddy, from where I'm standing, you have all the time in the world. Like I said, you need to calm down. Regardless of your attempted escape, you'll still only be in here for a short time, but you will be in here. 2 hours is too long. It took less than an hour for me to go to my death the last time, and I'll not have it happen again while wasting my time behind bars." Kenrick grabbed the man by his shirt and pulled. Nathan tried to shove him away. "You're being ridiculous. Nobody's going to kill you in here. I can promise you that. You've been watching too much TV, man." The door to the jail swung open, and Tara stood there.
Hey guys, what's going on?
They both froze in a grappling position, Nathan grasping Kenrick's shirt and Kenrick shoving against Nathan's shoulder. Tara arched a brow.
You just never know what you might find when you open a door these days, do you? Shall I tell Allison about this? Or do you think we should keep it between ourselves?
Kenrick let out a harsh breath. "I'm very relieved to see you thus." She grinned.
It's always nice to be appreciated.
Nathan snorted. "Tara, what are you doing here? You're not allowed to be here, and you know it."
What is that supposed to mean? You're acting like I'm in here every other day, and that I know my way around the place or something. Is there a list of rules posted that I was supposed to read?
Nathan shook his head. "You and your smart mouth."
Whatever. I'm just here to talk about the dangerous criminal. You know, the one who was defending his fiancé, your sister?
Nathan scowled at her, but let loose of Kenrick. "Don't give me any grief."
Why? You don't want to hear that you overreacted? Couldn't you have just taken the guy for a plate of food or something?
Kenrick straightened, dropping his grip on Nathan. "Can you get me out of here, lass?" Nathan shot him a dirty look. "No, she can't." I'll hear the words from the witch herself. Can you help me, lass?" "The witch?" Nathan's tone was scathing. "Is that a joke?" Kenrick was surprised at the man's bravery. He would never naysay a witch to her face, not even Sonny, though everyone knew she was sweet of temper. The thought of Sonny made him tense again. He needed to see Allison again before he left. What if Sonny arrived before he had the chance to explain his actions? He needed to soothe Allison's anger and make her understand he'd only wanted to avenge her, to give her back a bit of her pride. He desperately wanted her to look back and remember him with fondness, affection. He wanted to be missed. Had he left anything undone? Had he accomplished the task set before him? In truth, he felt he'd not done much since he arrived but enjoy himself. Would Sonny grant him extra time, or would she simply be ashamed of his lack of progress? "Tara, lass, donny listen to the man. I know you can free me if you wish it." Tara glanced at Nathan, and then back to him again. Her shoulders straightened, and she cracked the knuckles of one hand.
"I'll see what I can do."
Chapter 13. Feeling bereft, Allison turned away from her family to search the car park. Tara had gone after Nathan and Kenrick. She should have gone too. Had she been too harsh? Kenrick had defended her, and that wasn't a bad thing, was it? Wasn't it sort of what she'd wished for? She started to walk away from her family. Her mother watched her with concern.
"Allison? Where are you going, honey?"
That brought her father's head up. "She's not going anywhere, is she? I don't know who that guy thinks he is, but I don't condone non-military violence, and if that's all he has to offer this family, he can just move on." Allison frowned.
"You know he didn't start it."
Her father threw some bloody tissues in the garbage. "But he sure finished it, didn't he?" She didn't have time for this.
"You know what? We'll talk about this later. I'm headed to the jail. You know your brother was simply doing his duty, right?"
Her mother sounded worried. Her father crossed his arms. "And protecting his family from a lunatic."
"Daddy, that's enough. Don't act like you haven't gotten in your own fights before in this very town, with non-military personnel."
Her father opened his mouth to retort, then closed it again.
"That's right. Don't be a hypocrite. Now, Allison,"
her mother began. Allison threw up a hand and started to walk toward her truck.
"I don't have time for this. I've got to go get Kendrick. Allison, are you sure? Mama, he didn't even get anything to eat. Nathan took him away and he was hungry. If you knew how he had been looking forward to some home cooking."
Her mother gasped, her hand flying to her chest.
"And his mama gone all these years. You need to go and get him."
Her father took off his hat. "Now, Becky."
"Don't even."
She glared at her husband.
"Hurry, Allison. I'll fix you both a plate. Go and get that boy and bring him back here. Nathan, too. What was I thinking?"
One of her cousins grinned as Allison hurried past.
"Don't worry about it, hon. It wouldn't be a family reunion without a few scuffles, right?" "Right."
She hoped everyone felt the same by the time she got back. She heard her mother call to her.
"Allison, wait."
She turned to see her parents coming after her.
"Mama, I know you're concerned about me, but I really gotta go. Honey, you've got to understand that men have their own way of looking at things, especially when they're being protective."
Allison snorted.
"Protective? He smashed Isaac in the face."
Her mother nodded, taking her by the hand.
"I know. That's what I'm talking about. Men have their own way of seeing things."
Allison frowned and shook her head.
"Well, I don't appreciate him going around breaking noses either. That's for sure."
Her mother shared a small smile with her father. Allison looked back and forth between the two of them. What were her parents thinking?
"You're okay with that?"
Her mother's eyes glittered with mischief.
"Isaac broke your heart, and now he's got Lenny on the line. Yet I'm still having to be nice to him and accept him into my family for the sake of your sister. If the guy gets a broken nose out of it, Why shouldn't I enjoy it?
Allison smiled at her mom. Well, if she looked at it like that.
Mom, I've really got to go. Okay, just don't be surprised if your new guy's upset.
She looked at her mother quizzically.
Upset? Because of the fight?
Her mother gave a long-suffering sigh.
No, because you took Isaac's side rather than his when he was standing up for you.
Allison groaned. She hadn't thought about it from that perspective.
You think he will be?
I would be, her father said. She looked over to where her sister was now babying Isaac, and then back at the road where her brother had been parked. His car was long gone. She didn't like violence, but all the same, Kenrick had been provoked into defending her, and what had she done? She had taken the Toad side. She'd longed for a man who would stand by her, and what had she done the moment she'd found one? She'd sent him away, or as good as. What was the matter with her?
I messed up, didn't I? What do I do?
Her father crossed his arms and smiled down at his wife. Grovelling. His wife nodded and glanced at Allison sympathetically.
Groveling always works.
Without another word, Allison scooped up her purse from one of the picnic benches and headed to her truck. She quickly realized she'd loaned it to Tara and turned back to her parents.
Can I borrow your car?
Her father threw the keys. Without another word, she grabbed them mid-air and took off running. Kenrick held fast to the bars as Nathan tried to force him into the jail cell again. He appealed to the witch. Come, lass, you can help me if you've the desire. I know you can.
I am helping you, Nathan. We need to go back and support Allison. You don't want her left alone, do you?
Nathan tried to force Kenrick, but was fast running out of strength. The man could not budge him. Lass, think of Linny and the Toad. What they must be spouting at her. Mayhap making her cry. Nathan gave him a shove. Stop playing on her sympathies. There's nothing she can do here. Kenrick turned his head. Are you crazed, then? She's a witch and a woman. Like as not, she can do whatever she wishes.
So if I let you go, you'll go straight back there and fix things? No more fighting? And maybe you'll let Allison know what she means to you.
On my honour I will. If she lets you go, Nathan voiced his exasperation. She doesn't have any say in this. It's up to me, and I say you're staying here. I can take care of my sister without you. Tara took a step forward.
Nathan, Allison, your baby sister, is back there with your other evil sister and the Toad. Don't you think she's had enough of them over the last few months? Are you really going to make it worse by having the three of us, her support system, here, while she's there by herself? She's not by herself. My parents are there, aren't they? Tara's brows shot up, and she stomped toward him, only stopping when she was practically nose to nose with him. Not exactly the same thing, is it?
A shaft of guilt pierced Kenrick. He should never have left. He was supposed to be there for Allison, and he needed to say his goodbyes before Sonny showed up and took him away. Excess rage gave him the strength to throw Nathan off and stride toward the door. Tara put a hand out to stop Nathan.
Let him go.
No! Nathan brushed her off, then rushed to catch up on Kenrick. Another officer came through the door, did a double-take, and at Nathan's urging grabbed Kenrick just as he made it to the door. Between him and Nathan, they wrestled him into the cell and slammed the door shut. Kenrick hit the bars with his open palms. Tara stood with hands on hips and glared at Nathan.
Are you serious right now?
Nathan was breathing hard. As a heart attack. Kenrick called to him, almost desperate to get out. This is about your ego, isn't it, man? This is nae way to impress a lass, Nathan. I can tell you that.
He's right.
Tara glared. Nathan looked stricken for a moment, but the expression was quickly wiped away when he saw Kenrick looking at him. Who says I'm out to impress anyone? Nathan thumped the bars twice and looked at Kenrick. "You just doubled your time and earned yourself 4 hours in here, buddy." 4 hours? Surely Sonny would have come for him by then. He sank back against the bars and pushed his palms into his eye sockets. He couldn't contain his emotion and sprang back up and screamed as he threw his shoulder at the door. The 3 on the other side jumped back. "You've got to let me out of here." "Dude, not gonna happen. Calm down or I'll make it 5. Kenrick met Tara's gaze. "You need to help me. You're a witch, and I need you to stop another witch from taking me before I'm ready. She could arrive at any moment. I need to see Allison once more. I must explain things to her. Please." He hadn't shed a single tear as lifeblood gushed from his chest wound on Culloden's battlefield. Why must tears fill his eyes now? Tara's eyes widened.
Are you serious?
"It was a heart attack," he echoed Nathan's earlier words.
That just makes so much sense.
Tara started for the door.
I'll find some salt.
Allison arrived at the police station, but she couldn't find anywhere to park. Her brother's car was there. Her own truck was there. So this was definitely the place to be. She drove down to an appliance store half a block away, parked, jumped out and ran up the street. Why had she taken Isaac's side? She thought about everything Kenrick had done for her. From the minute she'd met him, he'd been nothing but awesome, starting with not calling the cops on her for running him over, helping with Bonnie, fixing her fence and shed, making her feel beautiful and desirable once more. She couldn't believe she'd reacted that way when all he was doing was defending her. She was huffing and puffing by the time she arrived at the double doors of the police station and bent over to catch her breath. She really needed to start working out. Once she could breathe enough to move again, she ran up the stairs and flung the door to the station wide. A quick glance around showed her brother was nowhere in sight, nor was Tara, nor Kenrick. She approached the front desk.
Hi, Nathan King is my brother. Have you seen him?
Just then, Tara and Nathan came through the doors behind her, bickering about salt of all things. "You will clean up the mess you made." Tara held up a canister of Morton table salt.
Of course I will. I'm not going to make a mess and leave it. What do you think I am?
"Well, I don't think you're a witch." Tara smiled at Nathan.
I'm not sure if that was a compliment or not. Tara? Nathan? What's going on?
Tara's eyes lit up when they landed on Allison.
I am so glad to see you right now. Nathan locked Kenrick in the back, and Kenrick is freaking out because a strange witch is going to show up and take him away. Which makes total sense when you think about it, how the two of you met, doesn't it?
Allison's brows drew together.
What?
Tara waved her fingers in the air.
It's so hard to explain, so we'll talk later. I'm needed at the moment. I made Kenrick a small circle with some salt I found in the break room. But I think we need more just to be safe. Come on back. Kenrick will be thrilled to see you.
Nathan rubbed the back of his neck. "Oh, no, you don't. The two of you need to calm down." Tara turned to her brother.
Calm down? Are those your favorite 2 words of the day? Everybody's calm but you. The 4 of us should still be at the family reunion right now, eating food, getting fat, and gossiping about Lenny. But where are we? We're at the police station because somebody needed to calm down today.
She looked pointedly at Nathan.
The next thing you know, me and Allison will be sharing a cell next to Kenrick's.
"Now, Tara." Tara rolled her eyes as she turned and went through the waist-high swinging doors that led to the back. Allison was quick to follow, and Nathan was right behind her. "I don't see why the two of you didn't just stay at the reunion," Nathan grumbled.
And I don't know why you insisted on hauling Kenrick to jail. Just so you know, I'm not leaving without him.
Allison tossed at her brother. Nathan sighed loudly. "The man needs to learn a lesson."
And what lesson is that?
Tara snapped.
Is this because he hit Isaac? Or is this because you couldn't get him in the jail cell without assistance?
They reached the doors, and Nathan surged forward. "I'll go first." He glanced pointedly at Tara. "You'd think that I could get some kind of respect around here." Tara snorted and went through the door. Allison smiled and followed.
Good one, Nathan.
Chapter 14. Kenrick stood inside the small circle of salt in the centre of his cell. He hoped the witch knew what she was doing, and also hoped Sonny wasn't going to be mad at him for refusing to leave. She had a young girl's tender heart. Surely she'd understand. The door opened, and Tara stepped through, Allison right behind her. Kenrick lunged for the bars. "Allison!"
Oh, Kenrick.
She hurried to grasp his hands, reaching through the bars, before turning to face her brother.
Are you kidding me?
Nathan held his hands out. "Now, Allison."
You're going to let him go, and you're going to do it right now.
Nathan crossed his arms stubbornly. "I am not." Allison scowled at him.
I'm pretty sure this isn't even legal. Taking him from a family reunion and locking him up for disruptive behavior? This is Texas. It's a family reunion. Fistfights will break out. I mean, let's be realistic. How often are you guys called upon to do something like that?
"You'd be surprised how often we get involved in domestic disputes, and you sure changed your tune all of a sudden."
Maybe I did. See how easy it is to change your mind? You took it upon yourself to do this, so you can take it upon yourself to undo it.
Nathan looked put upon. "What happened? You were mad at him earlier for hitting Isaac, and now you're mad at me instead." Kenrick squeezed Allison's hands and almost felt sorry for the man, but wanted to know what she had to say about that too.
Look.
She glanced up at Kenrick, her beautiful blue eyes gazing into his, her silvery hair curling about her face, and he tightened on his hands.
I know he was only trying to help, to defend me. I know very well he's not a violent man. He's kind and gentle and protective. It was the protective part that got him in the situation today. I don't blame him for that. In fact, now that I've had a chance to think about it, I'm flattered by what he was trying to do. Does that make sense?
Her brother snorted. "No."
You know what? Shut up and let my fiancé out of here. You didn't arrest Isaac, so you don't get to arrest Kenrick either.
Nathan lifted his hands. "He's not just here because he hit Isaac. I'll have you know, he resisted arrest too."
Are you kidding me right now? This is about you saving face?
Allison huffed out a breath, and Kenrick thought she'd never been more beautiful, more vibrant, more alive.
If you hadn't arrested him in the first place, for no reason at all, then he wouldn't have been resisting arrest. Let him out of here.
The warmth in Kenrick's chest seemed to expand. He'd been a soldier, then a ghost, for almost 300 years. No one had worried over him in a good, long while, since farther back than he could remember. Watching Allison stand up for him, praise him, it warmed his insides, and he actually had to avert his gaze and will his feelings back before they moistened his eyes. "'Tis all right, lass. If you'll keep me company, I'm willing to stay here, behind a locked door, so long as you're with me."
Aw.
Tara put a hand to her heart.
Come on, Nathan. Don't be so hard-nosed. Let him out.
Kenrick almost felt sorry for the other man as the two women faced off against him. Nathan's jaw jutted. "Not going to happen." He pointed a finger at his sister. "And this is the last time I try and do you a solid. I was only trying to help, and you know it." He turned and headed out the door. Both girls followed him, and Kenrick immediately missed the warmth of Allison's hand gripping his own.
What's all this, then?
Kenrick slowly turned his head, almost disbelieving his own eyes, when he saw Sonny a few feet away, sitting on the cot, her ankles crossed and swinging. "Sonny." He ever so carefully stepped back within the circle of salt. She grinned at him, that beautiful, festive smile he'd once have done anything to receive.
Aye, laddie, 'tis me sure enough. You were expecting me, were you not?
Oh, he was expecting her. He'd just hoped she'd turn up later rather than sooner, but she'd always been a sweet, reasonable girl. He glanced at the door and could hear Allison just outside arguing with her brother. It didn't sound like she was making a bit of progress. Sonny stared at the circle he stood within.
Is that salt?
Kenrick's head swam, making it hard to think clearly. He searched her face for any sign of anger. It was just to give me a bit more time. Do you see?
It is salt.
Her jaw dropped and her eyes sparked.
And you're using it against me.
He was relieved to note the spark was amusement rather than fury. I must say my goodbyes. Do you understand?
How did you get locked up in here? I can get you out, you know. Easy as pie.
Anxiety flooded him. No, that's to say, I'm fine right here. He didn't know what to do, so he turned toward the closed door and yelled out Allison's name. Allison, are you there, lass? I need ye. He glanced at Sonny once again, relieved to note that rather than angered, the little witch glanced about the jail cell, humming and content.
How did you notice salt, anyway?
He was reluctant to say, but even more reluctant to ignore the question. 'Twas another witch. She perked up, her generous mouth smiling.
Another witch, you say?
Aye, I hope you're not angry.
Nae angry at all. Busy as I am, I've a mind to sit back and watch the show.
Just then the door swung open. The first thing Allison saw was the beautiful girl in the cell with Kenrick. She stopped and blinked in surprise. Tara barreled into her from behind.
Wolf, why did you...
What's going on here? Who are you? Her brother, bringing up the rear, sounded confused. Tara gasped.
It's the witch! Did it work? Did my salt circle work?
The girl laughed merrily, extended her leg, and swiped a foot through the circle. Tara's face fell.
Oh, I was so sure. Cheer up, lassie.
The pretty girl grinned.
Things are not always as they seem. In fact, they rarely are.
Allison lifted her hand to the bars, her gaze moving from Kenrick to the girl.
What's going on here?
Kenrick surged forward to grip her fingers, then released her to jump back into the circle. Allison glanced to Tara.
Did you do this? Is this one of your friends?
Tara, her expression entranced, gripped the bars.
I'm Tara Romano. I'm with the Texas Wicca group. I was standing outside the door this entire time, and I never even saw you slip inside. I'm dying to know how you got here, and how you got inside the cell, and if you can be my new best friend. Hey.
Allison smacked her on the shoulder.
Tara, if you know what's going on here, start talking.
Kenrick surged forward again, this time to grab hold of Allison's shoulders through the bars. I didn't wish to tell ye. I wanted our time together to be unfettered by things to come. I didn't wish ye to know of my true past, my cursed future. I'd wanted ye to live and laugh and think well of me when I'm gone. Allison swallowed hard and stiffened her suddenly weak knees.
Your past? You're cursed? What?
She was confused. She'd sensed only truth from him this weekend, given her trust.
You mean leave and come back?
She'd never felt so vulnerable in her life. He squeezed her shoulders gently, kneading them with his big hands, his expression tormented. I mean, leave and never come back.
But...
She swallowed again.
But why? Where are you going? Couldn't I come with you?
It about killed her to ask, because she felt like he'd say no anyway. He would have issued an invitation if he'd wanted her along, but she still had to ask. She couldn't help it. She wanted to be with him. She'd grovel just like her parents suggested. She needed to be with him, which, of course, was ridiculous. They'd only known each other for a couple of days, but it didn't feel ridiculous. This man had quickly become important to her. More important than her dogs. More important than her fixer-upper house. More important than every aunt, cousin, and sibling at that family reunion. He was her family. He filled the emptiness in her heart. His face looked agonized, which gave her the answer before he said the words. "Nay, lassie love, ye canna come where I must go. Not for a long while yet."
I know I have my house and everything, and you know it means a lot to me, but you're coming to mean a lot to me too.
She said the words in a rush. She didn't want to regret later that she left them unsaid. If she was going to be vulnerable anyway, she might as well lay her whole heart out there. "I should have told you before. I know I should have, but I was being selfish. I didn't want to leave, and thought if I didn't say the words, they wouldn't be real. But I have to leave, lass. I don't have a choice." She looked at the girl on the cot, the purported witch. She had something to do with this, but surely she wasn't his wife.
You told me you weren't married.
"I'm not."
So stay.
She was begging now, blinking back the sting of tears, making a complete and utter fool of herself in a way she'd sworn she never would again.
I know you have feelings for me. You can't deny it.
Chapter 15. Deny it? He did not wish to deny anything. The tears welling in her eyes killed him anew. "Allison, you're not the only one with these feelings. The night we met was fate. You needed a pretend fiancé, and it was a dream, my dream. I'd love nothing more than for it, all of it, to be real." He breathed hard, shuddered out of breath, desperate to convince her and lessen her hurt. "I was dead, and ye found me. I was naught but a wraith, lost and alone for so long without ye." The slender wings of her brows drew together in confusion. Nathan groaned. "Stop already!" Tara placed her hand to her heart and sighed. If he'd the time, he would have bellowed for the others to leave them be, allow them to bare his heart and soul to this woman alone, but time was the only thing he did not have. "I told you that I'm from Scotland. I've lived at Culloden Moor these past centuries. Released, I've been selfish, wanting to collect these memories with ye, memories of ye." "Enough of this romantic claptrap," Nathan broke in. "What are you talking about? Pretend fiancé? Allison, really? What is going on here?" Kenrick was well aware of the witch at his back, waiting, and he could not worry about what Nathan thought. Allison was all that mattered. If he could explain, take away her pain at his leaving, there was naught he would do. "I don't wish to deny my feelings for ye. The beat in my chest, real and strong. Would that I could have you with me forever."
You have feelings for me?
The hope in her voice got at him. "I do. You saved me from an eternity of misery and brought me into the light."
I have feelings for you too. I feel the same way. You saved me too.
Sonny was beside him in an instant, and he flinched away from her.
Did I hear you correctly? You both saved one another, did you now? He did save me.
Allison insisted.
And he saved Bonnie too. Without him, she'd be dead.
Kenrick gripped her through the bars and leaned in close to kiss her. She pressed against the bars, clinging to his shoulders as she pressed her lips to his. Nathan groaned in embarrassment. "I really don't want to see this." He quickly moved forward, put a key in the door, and opened it. He gestured Kenrick out. "I'm not sure what's going on here, but I'm pretty sure I don't want to know. Not another word until I'm gone." With that, he left the room. The open door represented his chance to leave, but where could he go? Sonny was here to collect him. He'd had his time, his extra moments, his second chance. Allison clung to him, and he daren't release her. If he stepped through the opening, he might be swept away. "I'm so sorry, lassie. I truly wish I could stay, but I cannae." She jerked away from him, her expression going blank. He reached for her. "But you must know, you will forever have my heart." Allison took a deep breath, her expression crumpling.
"Fat lot of good that will do me, won't it?"
"I'm sorry if I've hurt ye. If I could change the way I've done things." He choked on the confession. He wouldn't change a thing. He was a selfish man, the most selfish. He should have thought of her first, her feelings. He'd thought that in the short time they had together, her feelings wouldn't change the way his own had. He'd been willing to risk himself, desperate to experience all that Allison would give him. But he'd known, hadn't he? He'd known she was falling in love too. "Allison, He reached for her, held out his hand, palm up. She held out her own hand, grasped his, and shook it as if they were strangers.
"Yes. Well, nice to know you."
She tried to hide her hurt, but it radiated from her. His own heart was beating hard, painful in his chest, and she simply wanted to shake his hand. He knew he wasn't rational or reasonable, but he could not end things in such a way. He did not know how much time he had. He knew he yet lived at Sonny's whim and could disappear at any moment. Taking a breath, he darted out of the jail, bent over, and scooped Allison up and over his shoulder. He ran for the door, made his way through it, and hurried toward the exit, all the while expecting to lose it all.
"What are you doing?"
As Allison struggled over his shoulder, he ran past officers, criminals, and out the front door.
"Kenrick, stop it! What are you doing?"
He didn't answer, but when he saw her truck, he ran for it and tried the door. Locked. "Keys."
"Tara has my keys. You don't know how to drive anyway."
He glanced around, searching for followers, before darting into the space between buildings.
"Kenrick, what is going on? You're acting like a crazy man."
He gently set her upon her feet. "I'm sorry. Oh, you're right. I need to hide you away from there, at least long enough to explain."
"Why?"
Her voice cracked, and tears simmered in her eyes.
"You're leaving me."
"Ah, love ye." He grasped her head in his palms, patted the light locks. "I love ye, and I don't wish to be without ye, but I must." She raised her gaze to his.
"I love you too. I don't want to be without you."
Kenrick took her hands in his. "I cannae give you up. Understand me, I'll wait for ye. Even if you marry 10 times and have 20 children, I'll be there at the end of it all, waiting on ye."
"What are you talking about?"
I cannae stay. Sonny, she's..."
"She's what?"
Sonny asked, directly behind him. Allison screamed and looked past him to see the witch.
"What is going on here?"
"Sonny is a witch." He started to speak faster, worried he wouldn't be able to get the words out, but he needed her to know, to understand he would not leave unless he had to. "I'm a ghost, or I was one. I was born in the year 1720, and I died in the Battle of Culloden Moor. Sonny has given me this chance to do a good turn. I was helping ye. At least I was trying to." Allison's face tightened. Her brows drew together.
"You're a ghost? A 300-year-old ghost?
"Close enough."
And she's a witch?"
"Aye, and I love ye. I know 'tis hard to believe such a thing, as I've only known ye for a short time, but I promise you 'tis true." Sonny took a step forward. He turned a pleading gaze upon her. Please just give me a little more time." Sonny tilted her head.
"How much time would you like?"
Kenrick opened his mouth, closed it again, determined to proceed with caution. "All of it." Sonny blew out a breath.
"Did you truly save this girl? And did she save you in turn?"
"Yes," they both declared at the same time. Sonny sighed.
But Kenrick, what about bonny Prince Charlie?
Och, I care not one whit for the man.
You'll lose your shot at vengeance against him.
And if I do I get to keep Allison? She tilted her head and seemed to consider.
Aye, I think that's fair.
Done. I'll forfeit my vengeance. Sonny smiled.
All right, I wash my hands of you, and we'll leave you here. Will you be all right?
He was gripping Allison's hands tightly, and he had to swallow in order to speak past the tightness in his throat. Aye, thank ye, little Sonny, thank ye.
Do I get a say in any of this?
Allison was looking between the two of them. Aye, say you love me.
She loves you.
Tara was now standing in the alley, and she turned toward Allison.
You asked the universe for this, to give you Kenrick. Don't blow it, Allison.
Kenrick cupped her cheek in his hand, the soft feel of it practically breaking his heart. Trust me, lass, I'll not let you down. I'll never let you down, nor give you cause for disappointment again. Allison stood, frozen, looking at them all, until her gaze finally locked upon his. He held his breath. He had such hope, his entire body tense, as he willed her to accept him. She let out a breath.
Do y'all think I'm stupid or something? Of course the answer is yes.
Kenrick let out a yell of triumph and scooped her into his arms. You'll not regret it, lass. I'll make sure of that. He kissed her soundly, and when he lifted his head, she smiled up at him, then self-consciously at her friend. Sonny was gone. He let out a slow breath, then relaxed and smiled at Allison. I wish to marry ye. I know you might need more time to accept me.
No, I don't need more time. I love you. If and when you propose, I'm ready to marry you.
He slowly cupped her cheek with his hand. He swallowed hard. Will you marry me, Allison? Her eyes were shining now.
Yes, whenever you want.
So you'll have me. They barely knew each other. They'd only known each other for such a short time, but that didn't matter.
I'll have you all right, and I'll keep you too.
I'm going to want it all. Marriage, children, every part and piece of your heart. She touched his face, smiling into his eyes.
My heart is already yours. You have it now and forever, my sweet, wonderful Highlander.
A smile of satisfaction curved his lips, and hers responded in kind. They were a couple of saps, and she loved it. He kissed her, shuddered against her, and she'd never been kissed like that, as if he'd die if she didn't return the pressure, kiss him back, and mean it. He pulled away slowly, lowered her until her feet touched the ground, took her hand in his, and pulled her out of the alley. She'd been proposed to in an alley, and it was perfect. Allison shook her head and shrugged at Tara as they walked past.
I know, right?
Tara watched her, a self-satisfied grin on her face, and gave her a thumbs up.
When is the next star shower? I must go home and look it up. And perhaps a freshly brewed love potion is a good idea too.
Allison laughed. She couldn't believe this was happening. This sort of thing didn't happen to her. Kenrick looked left, then right, as if unsure where to go.
I'm in my parents' car.
She pulled him to the right.
Tara, are you taking the truck back to my place? Will do.
When they reached the car, Kenrick looked interested. This is a much smaller vehicle. Do you wish me to drive?
Not on your life. I want to get home in one piece.
He grinned at her. Need I remind ye, you're the one who hit me with your truck. She gave him a bland smile and the slightest arch of one brow.
And yet, I'm still the better driver.
His chin lifted, and he wore a slightly cocky expression of male satisfaction. It looked great on him. I'll be learning how to drive soon, just so you know. She had no doubt he would. They slid into the car, backed out of the lot, and headed toward home. She glanced at him to find him watching her. He reached for her hand. I feel I've won a great prize, and I'm afraid 'twill be snatched away. In a way, she felt the same, but figured one of them needed to have confidence about their future.
Did I ever tell you about the wish I made on the night I met you?
I thought you couldn't tell anyone what you wish for, or it wouldn't come true.
If it comes true, then you can tell.
His green-eyed gaze sharpened, filled with hope. What was it then?
I wished on a star, and I let the universe know I was looking for the love of my life.
That was your wish, and then you hit me with your truck.
I've heard love can hit some people like a ton of rocks.
I've not heard that saying, more like a poorly driven vehicle.
I'm pretty sure I never heard that one, but it's sure to become popular now.
He squeezed her hand. 'Tis sure to be so. He paused, as if debating something. Allison, I wished upon my own star last night on your deck. He drew in a breath. I hardly dare say, for fear all will be snatched away, but I wished for ye, that I could have ye for me own. She glanced over to see his green eyes glittering, and she exhaled softly as happiness flooded her heart.
Oh, Kenrick, you're going to make the most wonderful husband.
He nodded, swallowed, and smiled at her. He glanced out the window, and she could see hope and excitement in his expression. Phew, it was a good look on him. They arrived home, and Kenrick had barely lowered his head to kiss her when the doorbell rang. She exhaled, not bothering to hide her disappointment.
Sorry, it must be Tara.
It was her family. Mama, Daddy, her sister, and her ex-fiancé all walked in the moment she opened the door. Linny placed hands on her hips.
Fake fiancé?
Allison's mouth dropped.
What? Nathan told us.
Allison glanced around at her family, unsure about what to say. Kenrick wrapped an arm around her and pulled her close. There's naught fake about my feelings for Allison. She's agreed to be my wife.
Huh?
Linny looked let down.
So this is for real?
Allison nodded.
As real as it gets. But you're not going to be mad at me anymore.
For the first time, Allison saw a hint of vulnerability in her sister. She didn't glance between Isaac and Kenrick, fearing someone might think she was comparing the two. There was no comparison, but she didn't want that showing in her expression. Not when she was on the verge of patching things up with her sister.
I'm not going to be mad anymore.
Linny burst into tears. Allison hugged her baby sister and looked at Kenrick over Linny's shoulder. No doubt her sister would eventually realise Allison was more than happy with the way things had turned out. No need to rub her nose in it. Epilogue. There's another one, Kenrick pointed out. Lying in Kenrick's arms, Allison watched the shooting star flare across the sky, then disappear. Seated with him in the oversized chair on the deck Kenrick had built by the river, the dogs at their feet, she'd never felt more contented in her life. This time last year, she'd been wishing on stars with Tara. A month later, she'd married this wonderful man. Now, after giving Nathan the runaround for months, Tara was engaged to her brother, and if there was a more lovey-dovey couple out there, she had yet to meet them. Served her brother right. Linny and Isaac were married and doing surprisingly well together. Allison could truly say she wished them well. It had eventually occurred to her that she owed the two of them a debt of gratitude for bringing Kenrick into her life. So much could happen in a year. Kenrick had, bit by bit, told her of the years he'd spent lifeless on Culloden Moor, and, bit by bit, she'd come to believe him. They'd gone to Scotland on their honeymoon, and it had been as beautiful as she'd suspected. The trip they'd taken, the places he'd shown her, had erased all doubts. Kenrick caressed her hand with his much bigger one. Calluses caught on her skin in places, thanks to the job Mr. Larson had gotten him as a carpenter. He was very well suited to the work. Have you made any wishes, love?
A few. What about you?
Can I tell ye, is that not the way of it?
Maybe if you whispered in my ear, it would be all right.
He bent to kiss her cheek, then nuzzled her neck. I but wished for a child. She smiled.
You wish for a baby?
Aye. She drew in a breath.
Well, you have to wish for something that hasn't come true yet.
It took him a moment to work out, and he gasped, his arms tightening around her. She tilted her head back to look into his eyes. You're with child. Her throat clenched at the emotion she saw in his face. Tears welled in her eyes, and she nodded. She knew what this meant to him. He'd talked to her about the child he'd lost, and the hope that he'd have another chance at fatherhood. It meant a lot to her too. She ached to have a child with this man, her husband. He held her close. A babe. He breathed the words reverently as he placed a large hand over her flat stomach. She snuggled into his chest, and he kissed the top of her head. A shooting star flared across the sky.
There's another one.
He glanced up and made a rumbling sound in his throat. Och, lass, I'll make no more wishes. It would be greedy when I already have everything I want, right here in my arms. This has been Kenrick, The Ghost of Culloden Moor, Book 25, written by Diane Darcy. Narrated by Andrew McDermott and Jen McGurk. Copyright 2016 by Diane Darcy. Production copyright by Diane Darcy.